There. the business, and then, we're gonna recess it in just a minute. So I'm gonna, thank you, Vice Chair, for calling our budget retreat to order. Clerk, can you please call the roll? Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
Present.
Chair Steps.
Present.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Weaver. Here. Commissioner Blue.
Here.
Commissioner Gibbs.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Heffler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. It's 8 present.
Thank you, Clerk. At this time, we'll go to item 2, which is an opportunity for public comment. It's a time for members of the public to address the board on a topic. If you are participating virtually, I don't have the number to provide to you. You'll enter *3 to enter the queue. You provide your name and where you're from for us. You can speak up to 3 minutes on a topic of your choosing. Certainly also any members in person are welcome to address us as well. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
I'm Andrea McCubbin. I'm from Galesburg. I'm also the president of Kalamazoo County 4-H Leaders Council. We just wanted to bring up about the fairgrounds, the Expo Center, where we currently are located. The fair was taken over by PA Act 11, which allows the county to take over the grounds and the fair if they own the property. They appointed a fair council. The one piece that we didn't do as a county was leverage a percentage of a millage, which you can do under PA Act 11 to help support the fair. I don't remember that amount, but we didn't do that. We have requested through parks $250,000 for a fair. One of the things I'm very concerned about is the condition of the buildings on the ground, specifically the golf barn, the sheep barn, the Grappler's barn, and the old dairy barn. We had hoped to use the graph barn this year. We used it last year. There were some groundhog issues in one of the corners. We barned it off last year. We were able to use that barn just fine. This year, we're not able to do the same thing because of the safety concern. Unfortunately, last night, on feedback from our youth, we voted to not have our games from 1 to 7 to provide activities for the youth because we can't use either one of those barns. Their preference was to be down near the other barns to have activities. So I'm really concerned that now the youth are giving us feedback and they're not happy that we can't use one of those barns. We did get permission to use the Expo Center, which is great because we've been forbid to use that in 22, 23, and 24, except for the dog show. But the kids don't want to go up to the Expo Center to play games. They want to go from one barn to the next. So we're losing all that camaraderie. So I just asked, I don't know if it's from a capital budget standpoint or from the general fund, but we need to allocate some monies for these buildings. Otherwise, they're going to continue to deteriorate and we'll get forbidden to use them again. So it's unfortunate. So I feel bad for these kids this year. But based on their feedback, they're going to show their animals. They're going to work in their own barns, but we have very limited activities for them. The good news is we have secured a band to play Thursday night to give them a feel for an event. And then we have a dance and a cornhole tournament. That's it for activities for these kids this year, only showing their animals. So I just ask that you consider allocating some monies to make sure that we're taking care of the facilities on these grounds, regardless of what the feasibility study has, because we're going to end up tearing more buildings down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make a public comment? Seeing no one online. All right, with that, I'm going to end public comment. Then I'm going to now also put us back into recess. We're going to have lunch. Should I state a time frame we're going to return from recess or just to the call?
Madam Chair, it is your prerogative, either until the call of the chair or until a time deadline, adjourn to a time deadline.
Okay, I'll just call us back. So we're in recess. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna call us back to order. Hope everybody had a chance to enjoy lunch. All right. Now move to item 3 to our agenda. The first is our fiscal 26 budget presentation. And Administrator, Dr. Catlin will.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. We're excited to have everyone join us today. We want to debut, first and foremost, a video that was produced in consultation with our outside media company. It's a budget 101 video, just to kind of educate the public on how the budget is formulated and drafted and recommended to the Board of Commissioners. And so we'll start that here momentarily. I just want to make sure that my screen is showing in mine, so I just have checking that. We'll debut that first, and then we'll move into the presentation. We're good? All right. We will get started with this in just a second. So, yeah. So, here. Okay.
Every year, Kalamazoo County builds a budget that powers the services people count on. Public safety, public health, state-mandated services, community-supported services, and more. But where does that money come from? And how do we decide how it gets spent? Let's break it down. The process begins with a full audit and review of last year's spending. The finance team checks what came in, what went out. Did departments stay on budget? This stage ensures transparency and accountability, confirming public dollars were used exactly as intended. Each department starts with base funding, the same amount as the year before. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is where change happens. Departments submit requests for anything new, programs, staffing, equipment, and more. All those requests are consolidated by the finance team, so county leadership can see across departments what's needed and what's possible. For budgeting, Kalamazoo County uses a philosophy of smart growth, balancing new investments with long-term sustainability. Each request is reviewed for future impact, like employee benefits, personnel, and programming. It's not just what we can afford today, but what we can sustain for the future. With that view in mind, while departments are submitting their requests, the finance team is forecasting next year's revenue. Most of the revenue comes from property taxes. Future property tax revenue is based on past trends and County Equalization Department projections. Other sources include state funding, fees and investments, and grants, though these sources may directly fund specific projects or programs. Another part of the county's revenue comes from voter-approved millages, special property tax rates passed by the public to support specific services. In Kalamazoo County, these millages fund housing, law enforcement, veteran services, and senior programs. These dollars are legally required to support the services voters approved. This provides stability and makes sure the community has a direct voice in how key services are funded. Once department requests and revenue projects are complete, the county administrator prepares a balanced budget recommendation, guided by the county's strategic plan and board priorities. The proposal is then previewed in partnership with the Board of Commissioners, who ultimately decide what gets funded or adjusted. The final budget is typically adopted in the fall and takes effect in January. And if you want to explore the full breakdown, the digital budget book makes it easy. It's transparent, it's searchable, and we release one every year. Because at the end of the day, the county budget isn't just about dollars. It's about priorities, people, and keeping Kalamazoo County a great place to live.
We were discussing that as a team, and actually, so yeah, no, we, if that's something that the board wants us to incorporate, we sure can, so.
You consider it a voter effort now.
Yeah, it's, you know. Let me just start here in the presentation, just give me 1 second here. We'll continue. Oh. We'll get that up. I gotta move the presentation. Yeah, oh yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, so we will, we're finalizing just some final touches. There's some minor, tweaks that we want to make to that video with some of the, graphics and such. If the board really wants to live, work and play, we can add that too. And then, we plan on incorporating that on our finance budget website, so.
It's a happy touch. Well,
Absolutely, we can definitely do that. It's not a problem. Sorry.
there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're all right. Let me just get this one so that it's sharing. Okay. Well, it's hard to do that. All right. And get back to the screen. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. So like I said, thank you for being patient with us and watching that video. We think that'll be a good tool for the public. We know a lot of the county, the elected officials, the board of commissioners and staff know about this, but, we really want to, have some transparency in the budget process and educate the public along the way. So obviously this is our kickoff to the 2026 budget process, and really, what this meeting will materialize into is a formulation of or an adoption rather of the board's budget priorities that will help us, guide, the budget recommendation as we present that sometime in September. So we'll continue on through the process. So we have an agenda to go over. First and foremost, we'll provide an overview of the economic environment. We think that's important because of kind of the times that we're going through right now with no state budget adopted, the big beautiful bill that was adopted by the federal government that has implications. So we want to kind of bring all of that into context to kind of lay the groundwork here. Then we'll talk about some of the potential impacts to Kalamazoo County government as it relates to those, kind of the economic landscape. Then we'll kind of provide an overview of our current financial picture. So we'll go through that. And then we'll talk about some of our current considerations in our commitments that we have out there. Then we'll kind of do a rather deep dive, but more from a 30,000 foot view from departmental needs. So we'll look at internal, external services, and then also look at the elected offices as well as the boards. And then that'll culminate into the preparation for the future resiliency, where the board will hopefully come out of this session with a set of 3 to 4 priorities that will guide the rest of this process as we continue. So that's what we have here to debut. So I'll turn it over to our management analyst, Ezekiel, that started with us, I think 2 weeks ago, maybe, or maybe it's 3 weeks ago now, time flies. But he's going to provide a good overview of our economic environment, and then we'll continue on through the process. So thank you, Ezekiel. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes. So as Dr. Captain said, my name is Ezekiel Chinanki. In addition to having my master's in public policy, my undergraduate degree was in economics. So that makes me apt to give you a little overview. Before we actually jump into the overview, I'm going to incorporate some of my teaching skills from when I was a graduate student instructor. I want to hear from the commissioners, what have you been hearing in terms of economic conditions? What have you heard in the news? Maybe what are some of your concerns?
Instability.
If you've got $150 million to invest, we're doing okay. But if you're a municipality that doesn't have large cash flows, you're not.
So instability is definitely the word that I use, or uncertainty possibly. There have been a lot of headlines throughout the media, and people can read it both ways, but the biggest thing is that there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the budget, in terms of certain policies like tariffs. Continue to the next slide. So Q2 data is coming out on the 30th, but as for Q1, we saw a slight dip in the national gross domestic product, and that's mostly attributed to both a reduction in government spending as well as people panic buying imported goods because of suspected tariffs. So people bought in large quantities goods from overseas, and that is a negative factor in calculating the GDP. Additionally, we've seen inflation remain relatively high. For that reason, the Fed chair has been saying that they will not reduce interest rates, although there have been executive pressures on that. It is a separate entity, so as long as the current Fed chair remains in his position, we would not expect the interest rate to decrease. Similarly, unemployment is slightly up in recovery from post-pandemic. We were coming off of a high during all the recovery efforts. In the same lane, Michigan's economy still has modest growth. There have been some pressures due to federal changes, dampening business slightly, but still relatively constant, and same with the region. So moving into the federal budget, the One Beautiful Bill Act was passed on and signed on July 4th. It's a very sweeping bill. That's the whole idea of one big beautiful bill, right? So very large in terms of its scope and size. It will have a large deficit effect on future funding. And some important notes from this bill are first, large tax cuts, and thus large deficits, a large increase in ICE, Homeland Security and border spending. There were cuts to the Social Security net. A lot of the clean energy type programs were cut back. So reductions in solar subsidies, battery subsidies, EV charging, all that type of stuff. And some of those projects, I know the region has a battery production facility. I'm sure some of their federal support will be cut as well. Although, as we'll go over in the next slide, we're still kind of figuring out what's the trickle down of like where the money is going. And MAC very kindly, in partnership with the National Association of Counties, has produced this website where you can actually follow the federal dollars and kind of see what types of programs are affected. The only other note for the OBBBA is the additional funding for like your child tax credit, and the Trump's account for new babies. So, slight benefit. And that pretty much covers it. I'll hand it back to Dr. Jack.
Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Any questions so far on the landscape of the economy? We really want to provide that as a foundation as we navigate the budget process, because it will have implications on programs, various programs in the county that will be affected. And we'll kind of get into that later too, with the grants exposure document that we produced. But this is a great tracker, and we've hyperlinked it. So on the, if you access the packet digitally, you should be able to click that, and they give a pretty good breakdown of what grants have been frozen. And we have various grants that are frozen, even at the Homeland Security level that affect emergency management, to programs at the sheriff's office that, you know, funds have been frozen. There are a lot of implications that the One Big Beautiful Bill has. So yes,
One good thing I think we grab is if we looked at, say, previous downturns in the economy and what the delay is from that to property tax equalization reports. I'm assuming there'd be a 1 to 2 year lag between the drop in economy and then the drop in the valuation. I don't know, but it seems like when you see a downward spike in the economy, you can almost predict when you would see at least either a lowering of property taxes or that increase would increase by a much smaller percentage. I don't know what that delay is, but I'm assuming it's like a year and a half, 2 years or something.
okay, yeah, we can look into that. Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue on. So we have our lobbyist online. His name is Graham Pilger. So I will just introduce him real quick. I believe he should be good to go. But we'll get him to kind of talk about some of the implications of the state budget and some of the projects that we've had been working on, as well as other things that are on the horizon. But Graham joins us from McAlvey and Associates. He's an associate there, former 3-term state legislator, served as an assistant attorney general from 2011 to 2018, and has an expertise in criminal justice and the energy field. So Graham, if you're on, I will turn it over to you.
I'm on, Kevin. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay. The first thing I want to say just off the bat is it's been awesome to represent Kalamazoo County. This is a historical county in the state of Michigan. My mother was a historian. She'd take me down to Kalamazoo. There's songs about Kalamazoo, and then to be its lobbyist, it's just kind of a cool thing that we get to do as a firm. And so thank you so much. The second thing I want to mention is Kevin. When it comes to communication, I got to tell you, there's almost nobody better of my clients than Kevin. The back and forth is amazing. The openness is amazing. And so huge thanks to you, Kevin, for your back and forth. And I just want to get started on a couple things. One of the reasons people get lobbyists is, of course, to deal with the state budget so that either they can continue support that they're receiving from the state or they can get new appropriations projects. And that's a little bit of a train wreck these days. And I'm sorry to use a non-economic term of art, but you have a very conservative House of Representatives that would like to start cutting the state budget. And then you have a little bit more progressive Democrat majority Senate. And their take is that continuing the funding at its level is something they would support. And so unfortunately, it's July 29th, and we've found very little agreement between the Senate and the House when it comes to what our state budget will look like. That doesn't mean it's going to be impossible for Kalamazoo to get some of its asks. But that said, it's going to be a battle and it's going to be elongated into September and into October. And I would say that most people in Lansing predict that there will be some sort of government shutdown to hold everyone's feet to the fire and to finally push people to the negotiating table. So it's not great. And during this process, we just do our best working for Kalamazoo County, engaging Senator Sean McCann, who is a friend of some of you, I'm sure, and I've always really enjoyed working with him. Representative Julie Rogers, Representative Long John, and getting them to be our couriers. Now, the Senate's probably going to be our key because that is a majority senator who has a track record of working well with everybody, Sean McCann. And so we've given him some of our requests and we're sort of slowly working them through the process. Things to do with county jail rehabilitation, parking ramp, and essentially all the requests that this board has decided are relevant for Kalamazoo County. Another real key reason for getting a lobbyist is to sort of put pressure on state departments or on the governor's office when something's going on that doesn't make sense. So for instance, Kevin's brought to my attention that there are a large amount of unfunded mandates out there where Eagle, the environmental department or other departments say, you have to do this thing, but you're not going to get any extra money from the state to do that thing. That's a really difficult part of being a county or a large municipality or a small one for that matter. And so one of the things that we've done is when Kevin brings those to my attention, I take them, I learn as much as I can, and I tried to build sort of coalitions. I work with the Michigan Association of Counties. I work with the Prosecutors Association. I work with anybody who has an expertise, and I try to find out how do we put the right amount of pressure on the State Department, or how do we make sure that this is actually manageable and not an unfunded mandate that's just destroying an element of Kalamazoo's finances. So that's also something we're working on. I just want to give you a quick success story that came directly from Kevin having some good relationships and being able to work with everybody. The prosecutor funding. Kevin, would you say that the board is familiar with this or not really?
Yeah, they're pretty familiar with it. Yep.
Yeah, there's some money that was appropriated to go to prosecutors so they can do their job and hire assistant prosecutors and protect the public safety. And due to a wording disagreement, and then the Department of Treasury essentially saying, we're just going to withhold money. Well, now it looks like the prosecuting office in Kalamazoo County may not get, I'm not sure what the exact amount is, but it's a lot of money. It's $1 million or so. that would be a direct hit on their ability to protect the public safety and do their job in Kalamazoo County. Kevin brought it to my attention working with Jeff Getting, who's the prosecutor there. And I sort of worked on building a coalition quietly behind the scenes, went into the right offices in the House. And it seems like we've kicked the door down a little bit on that. It sounds like the House is going to drop some legislation that would free up that money. And then we're hoping in the next 2 months, when the House and the Senate decide to actually talk, that will be one of the key asks to dislodge that money and make sure that the prosecutor's office is funded there in Kalamazoo. So you just kind of never know what your role is going to be as a lobbyist. But what I've told Kevin is that it's do you need to get through him? Okay, sorry. We're on vacation. That
Oh, he's a,
that was the 3-year-old needing to go to the restroom. So what I've told Kevin is whatever you've got and whatever the boards brings to your attention or some of your department heads in Kalamazoo County, whatever they've got, bring it to me. And we'll just go back and forth and try to build coalitions from Republicans and Democrats and key staffers. And we'll try to get, whatever we can do possible, because it's very much an inexact science. And on top of that, it's a very difficult time in the budget with the Republican majority in the House and the Democrat majority in the Senate and their sort of inability to talk. So that's really all I wanted to bring to your attention right now. I wouldn't hold your breath when it comes to a state budget being done, July, August. But hopefully those conversations ramp up very soon in September and they can avoid a government shutdown. Kevin, is there anything else you'd like for me to go through right now?
I think, no, I just want to provide an opportunity for the board to ask you questions directly if they had any. And I'm having some issues with our screen share at the moment, so that's why you probably can't see our screen. So if the commissioners have questions through the chair, please feel free to ask our lobbyist screen.
Are there any questions? Vice Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Graham. I appreciate your work. I have a question on the state budget. You mentioned, and I think it's pretty much common consensus that the general fund budget is probably going to go to shutdown on October 1st. But is there any talk about with the school aid budget? I mean, that seems like we have ramped up a lot of pressure by then. Are they able to tie the school aid with the general fund budget, or how is that going to work? Are they going to be passed separately?
Yeah, I actually think they will pass separately. I thought that there was some real opportunity to get this done before the July 1 sort of pseudo deadline. But then there was just, do you want to go ahead, son? Bye, little buddy. I'll be out in the pool in a little bit. Unfortunately, you had actually there wasn't a ton of pressure. The school groups and the folks concerned with school aid essentially said we would rather get a good deal instead of a deal on time when it comes to that July 1st deadline. That's not a deadline. And so I think the school aid budget will probably just go alongside the budget, although I think I would agree with you that nobody really wants the school aid budget not to get done. I think they would rather get it done sooner and then fight about the government shutdown coming up. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how I see it. I agree with sort of the common knowledge about that, or the common take on that. But the pressure is not very high right now. And not nearly as high as I thought it would be on both Republican and Senate leadership, Democrat.
Okay, thank you. And you said you were talking to legislators about current requests from the county. Can you give us a list of those requests? I don't know we as the board have been made aware of those requests that they're going to Lansing.
Yeah, so a little bit of an interesting process. There was some back and forth with Kevin and with Jen Strebs about a strategy on that. And I would say most of those requests are going to go through Sean McCann in the Senate. But you have, and Kevin, I don't know if you have a list in front of you, but the ones that I've gone back and forth on with legislators and engaging them, let me just pull up real quick. There's the county jail rehabilitation. There is the event parking facility. I believe that request was somewhere around $9 million.
For each one?
No, the county jail rehabilitation was 2 million. The event parking facility was 9 million.
Okay.
Let's see if I've got another in front of me. I think there's discussion on funding for the hazardous waste. The hazardous waste budget ask. I don't have a number in front of me, and I apologize for that. I don't know why I don't have a number.
I think it was 4 million.
4 million,
5 million.
No problem. If you could, actually, if you have my email, you could just send me a list of those, things. I might be able to, at least go through them and be able to be on the same page, at least when I talk to some of our legislators as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, who am I talking to?
Commissioner John Taylor.
Oh, hey, John.
Vice
Sorry
Chair
about that.
Was with us in our discussion.
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
I think when we had that initial discussion, our conversation was not about going after it was more of a defense and going after the unfunded mandates with the MS4 or the Eagle testing. And we talked about that unfunded mandate. I thought we kind of came to the conclusion at that meeting that we weren't gonna go after capital projects because the likelihood of getting that through was slim to nil.
The discussion there was through the requested process in the State House, but there's still opportunity to present them. These were the ones we just.
Okay, yeah, and we discussed these, but I thought we came to the conclusion that we weren't going after capital purchases, we were gonna go after unfunded.
Yeah, we said just through, so that conversation that we had with Graham, is that we weren't gonna pursue them through the state house process, but there's still an earmark process through the state Senate chamber.
Okay,
So that we would still elevate that, but that we knew that it was unlikely that they would be granted. Because
yeah, okay.
Regardless, just because of the budget process.
Yeah, and reconciliation would be difficult.
Yes, yes.
We have a
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Sorry,
Okay,
I do want to clarify, John, if that's okay with you. The House
Okay.
appropriations process is very much different than sort of the classic Senate appropriation process. And that's been something that Speaker Matt Hall came in and said there's not enough transparency and accountability. And then he started wanting to talk about whether counties were following doing some things that the federal government was asking for. And the conversation that I had with Kevin and with Jen and then yourself is that the House is looking like a difficult, arduous process. And so if we do have some asks and some needs from Kalamazoo County, we're going to take those appropriation requests to the Senate and try to make them relevant and action items in the Senate. And so that was the conversation that I had with the back and forth with Kevin.
Okay.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. We brought up Eagle and MS4, which is a major unfunded mandate, which impacts our drain commission, our county roads, our local communities. And I've actually brought this to Matt Hall's office and had a conversation with them last week. So I would be interested in, what we can look at from your office and through the county in trying to hold back some of these unfunded mandates that are very impactful on our, not just the county, but on our local community, our local governments throughout the county. So, especially the smaller ones, a lot of this stuff it's set up to fail. We're just, we don't have funding and we don't have the personnel, and then we're being mandated to go out and do this stuff. So, and that's just one of many.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to address that. Every time there's a new unfunded mandate that Kevin learns about, he sends it on to me, which is, it's actually really bad, and I feel deeply that, you're trying to do the right thing and then Eagle puts these new things on a county. MS4 is an interesting one. I brought it to the counties. They gave me the deep dive and talked about their battle because they have multiple, obviously, counties affected by it. And then some of the back and forth with Kevin has been, maybe in the short term, we're all surviving, but at some point we need to ratchet up the pressure to try to lower the harm that these unfunded mandates are doing to Kalamazoo County's budget. And so, maybe in the meantime, we're putting a Band-Aid on it and moving forward. But at some point, you're right, we need to bring in all the players and decide how aggressive we can be. Because there are multiple strategies to do this. You withhold funding from a state department using the state budget until they stop unfunded mandates, things like that. Press conferences, press releases, bringing in key legislators who talk about the damage of the unfunded mandate and how it's, you've got a good acting community and a good acting county that's being hounded by a state department. But so far, we haven't taken it to that level. And when Kevin and when the board is ready for that, I'm also ready for that.
I just, a question on that as well, along with the mandates, do we also engage the legislature in consideration of not only just potential reduction of regulation, but funding their priority in regulation if they want environmental protection, understanding the cost, and then they fund it in their budget?
Yeah, 100%, 1,000%. I agree with you. I don't think, and I'm new because I just finished my time in the legislature, which was very productive, but which was mostly policy based. I don't think that people have gone as hard as they can to fight against the unfunded mandates, to sort of put together a big holistic strategy to saying no more. It doesn't make sense. We need to push back against this administration or against, a division in Eagle. And so, so I guess that's part of our ongoing conversation with Kevin, which is, what buttons can we push? What individuals can we bring into the conversation to speak some truth to this? Because it's not the only unfunded mandate that is very difficult for Kalamazoo County to work with going forward.
Vice Chair, a follow-up?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and I guess I would be remiss if I didn't say this now. As far as getting money from the state through the Senate or through the House, getting money for a county jail reinvestment or event parking is not going to happen, not in this environment, not in the environment 3 years ago. Household hazardous waste, maybe, with the Senate, but in reality, I think we as a board need to be directing our lobbyists to fight hard for unfunded mandates, because that's the only possible victory we're going to receive from the legislature in the next 2 to 3 years. That's just my take, but I just don't see the powers that be in Lansing putting dollars towards capital improvements or building at this point or anytime in the next couple of years.
There's old saying, John, that I would say, which is if you don't put it out into the atmosphere, it might never happen. And so, so we don't know what's going to happen during that budget process when there's some back and forth and someone says, hey, Senator McCann, you're a key guy. What's your two biggest focuses? He brings up two that we care about. And then all of a sudden they say, Julie Rogers, you're being part of this compromised budget. What are your two main focuses? And all of a sudden she's allowed to bring a couple things forward. Yeah, it's increasingly difficult. This is probably going to be the most difficult appropriation process. Something I failed to mention is right now they are holding hearings on appropriation requests, one after the other in the House of Representatives. So nothing from Kalamazoo County because the board chose not to go forward with appropriations requests. But this has never been done. I mean, ever in the history of Michigan government, where, next Tuesday, it will be 30 requests and it's coming through cattle call. Here's your request. Here's what you care about. Here's your support. So it's a very interesting and difficult budget to be part of.
As you deal, sorry.
That's okay. Please hold your follow-up. We will continue. I'm just going to pause our dialogue here for just a moment. We do have a statement I need to enter into our record. So for the good of the order, I'm making the announcements provided for and required under the Open Meetings Act, specifically MCL 15.2632 and MCL 15.263A8. Please take note that Commissioner Morales will be participating remotely in this meeting. Commissioner Morales is presently in the city of Kalamazoo, Michigan, and shall be participating as if fully present at the Kalamazoo County Expo Center. Unique statutory privilege is a private matter authorized by law under Michigan Open Meetings Act. Because of the Board of Commissioners has availed itself of technology sufficient for full virtual participation of its members and provided such access to and for the public, please be advised that any member of this body, or when appropriate, any member of the public may address and engage in discussion with Commissioner Morales directly as if they were physically present as provided under the regular rules of parliamentary procedure. Please be advised that Commissioner Morales retains all rights, privileges, and duties as a commissioner, including full voting privileges on all matters subject to a vote, and shall be considered present for roll call in the minutes of this meeting with the notation of the virtual participation as provided by subsection A, section 15.263A of the Michigan compiled laws. Thank you, Council. All right, with that,
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Really quick, I agree that if you don't ask for it, you might never get it, but these Democratic state senators go back to their Democratic State Senate caucus, and they're not gonna say, I'm using my chips, the few chips I have, for capital purchases for the building and renovation of a jail, or event center parking. It's not gonna happen. That's my 2 cents. Household hazardous waste, maybe I can see that in future years getting appropriated for that. But our only chance is going through the Senate, and the requests that we have for event parking and county jail it's just not gonna play with that caucus.
So to that point, if I may, Vice Chair, I think sometimes advocacy through the legislative process, takes more than a cycle, And so I agree with you, the climate is not favorable for prevailing on them right now, but they're in the dialogue. We continue to elevate awareness of the need. And so, likely will we advance them in the cycle, I do agree. But I don't think it means that discussion should follow track.
Fair enough. Well, I think also we need to look at, our clerk's office needs help with the, election, folks that will be coming up in another year. We know that she's gonna need help, and these other unfunded mandates, there's a lot of pressure on everybody to, do a lot of things with little or nothing, but I've been doing that for years, so I'm an expert.
I had Commissioner Gisler, you also had.
Yes, I'd like clarification. We've heard the figure $9 million for event parking. Could you explain that to me? I thought the event center, including the parking, was privately funded.
Yes.
Administrator.
So, my team and I were just talking about that. Yeah, so we originally, long time ago, referred to it as event center parking, knowing that we sold our land to the event center. So it's honestly a need for parking because of the event center, because we sold that with the surface lots. This is actually the parking garage. So it is the admin and justice center parking garage. This is it's a confusion, misunderstanding.
The one that surrounds McDonald's.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we are not asking for money for the event center. Trust me, they have plenty. So yes.
I got nervous when you said that too.
Yes.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
There are other questions? All right. Seeing no.
All right, Grant, is there anything else from you? Otherwise we can let you have back your time on vacation.
Yes.
No, thank you again for working with me and with McKelvey, and we're just really honored by it. And just know that no communication is off limits on this. We love to hear what you guys are doing. We love to hear about the struggles so we can work on them. And just know, some of these success stories will come out of our work with you, and we're really excited about that. So thanks again.
All right, thank you. You take care.
All right, bye, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Dina, we'll go to the next slide, please. We had some technical difficulties with sharing or whatever through Zoom. It's not working. It's so anyway, we have to do it this way. So we'll get into potential impacts of these issues, so the federal and the state budgets on Kalamazoo County. So next slide, please. So we know that housing is a big one. Demand for affordable and supportive housing remains high across Kalamazoo County. And we know that the millage remains a critical tool, but demand continues to exceed the available funds. So we know through the state and federal budget, proposed cuts to programs such as CDBG, Home, Section 8, could shift more pressure to local funding sources. We also know that state resources such as MISHDA remain limited and highly competitive, especially in rural and mid-sized counties, which is us, right? So we're a mid-sized county. And then, a tertiary concern is that higher borrowing costs may deter nonprofit developers and limit the viability of low-income housing tax light tax projects. So we know that also implicated in this is Medicaid and behavioral health programs. So that may increase the need for more supportive housing, case management, and wraparound services associated with that, often funded and coordinated through the county and partners. So, and then lastly, we wanted to say that middle income households continue to be underserved with limited tools for the missing middle sort of housing development options. So what we kind of see like on the horizon is that additional strain is expected. Housing demand really outpaces the unit production, and we've seen that through the housing study. And then really that the county may need to explore in the future policy tools and the partnerships for long-term affordability, land act, and gap financing. So that's kind of what we have on the horizon, but it's something that we're kind of keeping our eyes on. So next slide, please. We also know that medical coverage is a big deal. So as everyone knows, the county has entered into a partnership with Undue Medical Debt. And so we know that through the Big Beautiful Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill rather, that medical coverage is being cut, and it will affect between 200,000 and 700,000 Michiganders. Rural hospitals within the region, even the Southwest Michigan region, will face critical Medicaid cuts, and we'll see the impact of that and realize that in term meetings, expressing their concern, and then reduced coverage will likely shift more medical and behavioral health to the county budget. We've already seen some of that through the requests that we received through the community grants portal. So so we wanted to highlight that. Next slide, please. Wanted to just highlight state and federal impacts on law enforcement. So we know that federal policy changes will create indirect pressure on law enforcement to coordinate with federal agencies, which are impacting what we see as staffing, training, and community trust. So you've seen sort of the landscape out there with all of the immigration efforts. So we know that communities, back in 2014 or so when this all started, it kind of took a really deep dive that community trust has been eroded in several communities across the country, and it feeds into every other law enforcement agency. And so now when the federal government has a focus on immigration and customs enforcement, it sort of further erodes the trust in public safety across America. So we'll likely realize that. Really the state level uncertainty. So we know because of the state's budget not being passed, grant funding will be implicated, and it will remain competitive. So we just had that discussion with our lobbyists that items that we ask for through the state budget process, it will be competitive and limited as time goes on, and increasingly impact law enforcement contact with individuals in crisis because of those behavioral health cuts. So we're seeing, in terms of what we're projecting, potential local impacts will be rising operational costs. So training, insurance, things like equipment, personnel costs will continue to rise faster at a faster pace than our core revenue growth, and community trust challenges. If we're compelled to work with federal mandates and enforcement, it may shift and continue to shift our community trust away from our law enforcement community. So we want to keep an eye on that. Looking ahead, what we see is that we may need policy positions championed by the board to support intergovernmental cooperation staffing and facility capacity at the jail. If that utilization increases, and then public safety funding priorities through both the general fund and the dedicated law enforcement fund will continue to be a bridge for us. Next slide, please. I believe we're getting into the county financial trends, and I'll turn that over to Director Poth, but I want to take questions before we move on. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to get an update on where we stand now as our status as a sanctuary county, which is something that I know haven't been here a while. Ain't really the case, but when it's bandied about that way, we likely to pay a price for not having people understand exactly what we are. And it's not a sanctuary county in the regard that people throw it around.
Well, I'd like to speak of it today. I think it's important for commissioners, all of us, particularly in contact with folks directly who may have a misunderstanding of what the county is, to elevate and clarify, that the county and the elected departments, we follow the law, the written law, we're compliant with the law. Misnomer that we act in a different fashion is inaccurate. And I think that's important for us as, policy leaders of the government, that we work to counteract that measure. So thank you for asking that question here and clarifying it. I think the answer to it. And it's important for us to articulate it, to do that clearly. There is, unfortunately, sometimes posturing that occurs, and that's what is at play here. Kalamazoo County will continue to be a lawful community, one that values the rule of law, our Constitution, and our other guiding documents, as well as state law. So that's what I would have to say.
Is it still the only place where we're listed that way, the Center for Immigration Studies? I think it was originally, and I don't know if that's still the only place where we hear that, but that's a source that a lot of media goes to, and they're ready to tar us with a brush that's really inappropriate.
I believe that they still have information that misidentifies our community. We have reached out to them. My understanding is that correction from them has not been forthcoming, and there doesn't seem to be much interest in.
Madam Chair, just on that point, also the center has been discredited by both the Southern Property Leadership Council as well as several others, as I did some research on this. So they are not a legitimate agency in how they go about making these determinations. They are a very slanted organization, and one that does not rely upon actual data and research to make those determinations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Explains why we don't get a response from them when they're right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Excuse me.
No, that's all right. Yeah.
So, if we, can
You
you
wanna go back up?
go back to this last,
Sure.
slide? So just want to understand, the potential impact. So, there recently was also another, executive order we saw issued addressing, issues around people who are unhoused in the community, people, with mental health concerns in the community, directing, more utilization of law enforcement and incarceration, for such individuals. So, I know now, and I spoke to this, I think it was at our last, commission meeting, and I've worked in mental health a long time, and then that movement for community-based services, what the reality looked like for people with mental illnesses and developmental disabilities when they were, forcibly institutionalized by the state and federal governments. So I'd have significant concern about that, about the humanity of approaches like that, and of the impact of our facilities in operations to that regard. That is something I would not want to see occurring in our community, and I think we need to be mindful of it, advocating against it, and, being prepared to plan for other ways to respond. So if community-based services are cut and funding that supports ISK, for example, is not there, which sustains people in the community, there'll be pressure then to institutionalize or jail them. So what do we do to replace those resources, so they're in a safe setting? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we can go on to the next topic. Is our county finance director, Ryan Post, will kind of provide an overview of the county financial trends.
Okay. We'll first highlight, we have two areas we'll look at today. We're going to look at property taxes, marijuana taxes, and investment. There are certain areas that we'll just disregard for this presentation. Those are the other major revenues for the county. Those are your state revenue sharing, your PA2 conventional alcohol tax. Those are fixed by the state, so we won't focus on those today. But looking at the property tax, I think what's important to focus on is the second and third rows. And when we look at the amount collected versus the variance, when we look at 23 and 24, we can see we hit some years there were 1.6 million and 1 million. What we did in 2025 to remind the board and the citizens of the county is we updated the methodology of how we budget property tax. Historically, it's been about 5% increase that we factored on the prior year's actuals. What we did in the 25 budget is we kept that part intact, but we also added the difference to the equalization report. So for example, the equalization report said 8%. What we did is we maintained that 5% to support the county operations of the general fund. But the 3%, that's where it was a branch of the golden ratio policy where the board approved transfers with that difference that exceeded 5%. So in theory, in 2025, when we complete this year that we're in, we will not be seeing a surplus anymore like we did in 23 and 2024. Are there any questions on property taxes?
Really quick, we used to budget 2.5% to 3%, and then in the 2024 budget, we adjusted it and changed it to go to 3.5%, and we came out at 5%, and Kevin had that golden ratio to get us to the 8%. And I think based on our equalization report, we were at what, 7.2? 1.1, it was just under 8, so we almost captured that full realization of that 3% into the capital improvement gold ratio stuff.
Yep.
So, yeah, absolutely.
So we would keep this methodology consistent for 2026 and work with the administration in the budget that is presented to the board in September. Okay, next slide, please. So when we look at the marijuana tax, we can see years provided, there was a starting point would appear to be about 2020. And when we look at that second column of the actuals, you can see how it's grown to the point where now we're at about the ceiling. So when we look, for example, at 2025, we can see we've got approximately $2.1 million budgeted. In my personal opinion, I think we're going to come in about that level, maybe slightly below it. And that's okay. Because when we look at 2026, we would recommend carrying that same figure over the 26 budget. So not too much to comment on other than that with the marijuana tax. Any questions from the commissioners? Mr. Gisley.
Yes, I've had a question recently from one of my townships that has no involvement in marijuana, growing, transporting, retailing, whatever. And they are under the impression, and maybe they're correct, and I'm asking you the question. Do they get to tap into the county level marijuana tax revenues?
I'm going to defer to Vice Chair. Thank you.
2 years of my life. It's been 2 years of my life going to townships, going to municipalities and going to cities, meeting with planning commissioners, meeting with them. The amount of work that these local municipalities and townships had to do to create a zoning ordinance to allow cannabis and marijuana to be involved. They did an awful lot of work. And the townships that opted out, that said they didn't want to participate in that, are now asking for money. I'm just gonna say the gall.
That's kind of how it struck me. You know, you're thinking this is gonna fall out of the sky. If some of my 5 townships indeed said, no way, Jose, they're not gonna do anything with it. But now that there's $1 million floating around.
Yeah.
They'd kind of like to get a piece of.
Okay, it was a lot of work. We did Cape Township. Hopefully we put that revenue in our county budget to good use.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair.
Don't touch.
Any further questions pertaining to marijuana tax that Kalamazoo County receives? Next slide, please. Our final area would be investments. So, when we look at that second column, we can see the actuals. And I think what we really want to highlight is the years 22, 23, and 24. And when we look at the, in 22, there was an adjustment with the audit, so it kind of flaws that number for 2022, if you would. So let's really focus on 23 and 24. What we can see is a little over 4 million, a little over 5 million that the treasurer's office has generated. So kudos to the treasurer and his office for allowing that to happen. As it pertains to the 26 budget, we've got a preliminary number that we've worked with administration that we will incorporate in the recommended budget. And we would defer to administration and the board to adjust that to see fit with any new funding requests at that time. Are there any questions pertaining to the county's investments? I should.
I really like Kevin's, how we started budgeting the property tax, and Kevin and I have had conversations. I think he's going to be more aggressive in the budgeting in the financial investments in the future, knowing that a large portion or percentage of that will go to, not towards salaries, but to capital purchases.
Makes sense.
Or
Any further questions? Thank you.
Oh, you want to take it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, so when you're staying on the current financial picture, when we look, these are the funds up here, that in discussions with administration, we will articulate for various reasons, by nature. So let's start with the general fund. We can see that, there's $30 million, because we just filed literally, within the last month, the 2024 audit. We can see that that's slightly over 30 million, again, in the general fund's fund balance. We can see that we've got a few millages. Law enforcement has over 700,000. We can see the veterans is about $500,000. We can see the housing is near 13 million, and we can see the senior millage is slightly over 3.5 million. Each of these fund balances have a different story. Okay, most of them, like for example, housing, a lot of that fund balance is already earmarked for future programming. We can see that the senior millage, very similar. They experienced in 2020 some setbacks due to COVID, which impacted their providers. There are plans to spend that out. When we look at veterans, obviously that's a new millage. Recent, they just begun their startup with that. And then the law enforcement fund, that's a unique one. The law enforcement fund, we really don't ever want to have a fund balance. There was just a unique circumstance in 2024 that resulted with that pertaining to vacancies and wages. When we look at the opioid settlement fund, obviously this is a long-term, big picture fund with future spending, so we can leave that alone. As we look at the current financial picture, this does not include all of the county's funds, but these are the ones that really have the most budgetary impacts with the divide and allocation of the resources. Are there any questions for any of these?
I'm so sorry. One, the employee benefits fund, I know we talked a little bit about that, potentially having a deficit about 2 to 3 years. Increases. If you could just email me the fund balance to that. And then DTRF fund, I'd also like to know the history of that. I could probably get it from Thomas. And then, do we still have a technology fund? I've heard, well, we do. We do? We do.
Yep, we do. That one was a major change. Thanks for bringing that up. Is to reiterate for everyone's understanding. Historically, Kalamazoo County has spent a lot of time and resources, IT staffing, to go throughout the whole county. Who's got a laptop? Who's got a network? just due to changes primarily through attrition, and evolution and assessment of the purpose and the dollar value. That methodology of the chargebacks is completely gone. And, we're just supplementing that with a transfer from the general fund. And when I say that, I just want to emphasize this wasn't additional funding from the general fund. It was just removing it from each of the individual budgets that receive general fund support. So we just repurposed that fund, just to clarify.
And I think you're being kind. The reorganization that finance director did was basically we had people that were running around figuring out how much each department owed each other. In essence, is that correct?
Correct, but they were not in finance.
Then they weren't, well, you stopped the process, and so thank you, and or at least stopped or slowed it down. The one, other thing on the, revenue side that was a couple of slides ago is transfers in, and that got to the DTRF and some of the other funds, but, you could just email me at a later date, all the different transfers in that we have on the revenue side.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
Just,
yeah, absolutely.
thank you.
There's only three off the top of my head.
Okay.
DTRF, the $90,000 from the combination tax, there's one more that round.
Okay.
Commissioner Diddle.
Stated there shouldn't be a balance in the law enforcement fund. Is there anticipated use of that money at this time?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think as we're in the budget process, all the new funding requests have been shared with administration. And I think part of that strategy is recognizing that one-time source of a fund balance and aligning that with the new request. So we have confident administration will be able to.
Strike.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Hassan.
Yes, with regard to the opioid settlement fund, that was not something that happens in one fell swoop or in any regular schedule. Everybody's kind of allowing, well, some want to take 10 years, some want to make, 20, and others say, let's write the check and get it off the books. Where do we stand on that? Are we beginning to see anything coalesce?
I think, we have staff dedicated to this area, but just generally speaking from the service, what I'm seeing is I feel like we're in the beginning stages of this. There's still more contracts coming. Each of these contracts, remediation versus non-remediation, some have certain percentages that fit those categories. So there's really strategy with identifying the contract itself, the funding parameters that come with it, and how we can spend that. So we've done that. We've got a great team leading it, but this is a long-term picture for this project. Keep that in mind.
So trying to guess what is gonna be the bailout is kind of, I guess, by golly.
Well, not so much. There's strategy to it, and I was made aware that Kalamazoo County is one of the front runners in terms of the philosophy from a budgetary perspective and how we're allocating these resources and how we're spending it. So, accolades to the administration team and our finance staff.
So opioid settlement fund, task force and Deputy Administrator Smith, work closely with us. We sort of set that framework where there's about $940,000 a year that we're going to spend out over more than the next decade. And there's additional settlements that now are coming in as well. So what we sort of set as a foundational framework and budget, we're going to see those funds increase. And then I see Deputy
I'll just
Administrator.
real quick. So out of the settlement agreements that we already have in place, we do have an estimated funding schedule of when they will be making those payments. Now, they can choose to change that. It's just an estimate, but that is what we work with our finance department on. We have received notification, and you all will see this forthcoming as well, that we'll have about another 8 settlement agreements that we'll be entering into. So it is quite complex, the number of settlement agreements, but we do receive at least an estimate of that payment schedule. And that's what we base our spending on. And that's why you see that balance based off of what the chair is talking about. The task force looked at that and then set that annual budget. And that's kind of what we're looking at. But we will probably, within this year and next year, be coming forward and letting you all know what we think the additional funding will be, and then needing to get more direction on those changes too with that annual budget.
And we traditionally, and I think currently, take a pretty conservative approach to that sort of thing. We're not looking for pie in the sky or anything.
We have an excellent finance department that provides us that guidance. Yes.
Oh, no, you did it for blockchain.
I did want to, I think we're also, for this budget process, are still looking for some actuarial assessments on some proposed directions we take with the employee retirement.
Yep, that's a slide in here. Oh, yeah. Yes. I just really quick wanted to chime in before we move on, so, and we'll get to it, actually, through the next couple of slides, next few slides, but the golden ratio, if you recall, the fund balance from 2023 for the general fund was actually $49 million. And as you see, since we've gotten better with, kind of our financial, I'd say judo, we've been able to wean that down a little bit, so now it's at 30 million. And it's still a pretty healthy fund balance, and so the next few slides will kind of, disclose how we can, spend some of that down, and the golden ratio, really dictates some of that too, so, we can go on to the next slide, Ian.
So, in October of 2024, I believe, off the top of my head, is when the board of commissioners approved the golden ratio. And we're basically, you got the four areas, the 20% going to fleet, 20% to large capital, the other 30% going to capital, and the last one were the board priorities. So as a result of the closure of the 2024 audit, what we did see was those transfers were sent out accordingly with the policy.
And as a reminder, oh, no, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Just,
Sorry.
does large capital have its own budget number?
It's, yeah.
So large capital, it's kind of combined with two. So there's Fund 401 and there's Fund 470, the municipal building fund. Both of those by nature are capital accounts. But
So the one's 401 and then one's 470?
Yeah.
correct, but I will say there can be large capital that may not fall within Fund 470 accounts.
Okay.
So they are both capital accounts by
And
nature.
the balance of those accounts is over 30 million, correct? Or 20 million for 470?
470 is not, 470 is,
Or 401 was the
45 million.
25 million?
35.
35 million? Okay.
but you gotta understand with that, there are correlating project strings, which is separate with CIP, but there's project strings that go back from 22, 23.
Well, that gets you to the next slide, so I'll wait.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, that amount that was referenced, majority of that is earmarked.
And really quick, before you get into that, just so we can explain some of the earmarks, because they're rather significant. So if you recall, through 470, 8 million is earmarked for the parking garage, which is not the full cost of the parking garage. It's actually $24 million of that garage. So in context, 35 million in CIP or in 401, 470 sitting there is not really there. We have a parking garage to construct. It's 24 million. Okay, we also have the board earmarked last year, $1.5 million for an RMS JMS project at the sheriff's office. So take that out. We also have $750,000 that was earmarked out of golden ratio to the employee benefits fund and retirement additional contributions that we were projecting. Another $750,000 earmarked for potential Kale landfill cleanup. We also then earmarked $4 million for administration, building, deferred maintenance, capital, another $250,000 for HHW design and property acquisition study. So there are projects in there that are highly costly that, because the fund balance is sitting there, doesn't just mean that we can just spend it. A lot of this was already earmarked, and then we have projects on the horizon that we will get through the presentation and explain some of these high cost projects that require financing beyond what the county has traditionally paid for with cash reserves. So I'll turn it back over to Director Post.
To piggyback off of Dr. Catlin's comments, a newer practice that we have implemented is, on the previous slide, it referenced unassigned fund balance. Okay, so when we look at that capital, that amount that was just referenced, there's a difference of fund balance versus unassigned fund balance. So this new philosophy, what Dr. Catlin has just referenced, all those earmarked expenditures, we have created on our balance sheet, committed, restricted uses for those purposes. So now those no longer become qualified as a fund balance. Those are restricted, those are committed. So those do not pertain to becoming available dollars, if you will. So when we look at the 24 audit, we can see, yes, it went from, it was reduced by 20 million. And that solely relates to the transfer sent out for the golden ratio that Dr. Catlin just highlighted. The fund balance policy does range 20 to 25%. I think with that, well, selfishly, I'm just gonna say I'm not a fan of that because it's the range, but, I think when we look at the fund balance policy, when we look at the forward and the future and the unknowns, 25 is at least what we're referencing, from finance and administration's perspective. And so, that's kind of important to continue moving forward with. The golden ratio, which is included in the fund balance policy, we can see, those are the results from the closure of the 2024 audit. So what we can see is we've got $6 million approximately, and of that, following the percentages from the previous slide, the following allocations are going to board priorities, fleet, large capital, and capital. Are there any questions?
Vice Chair.
And Dr. Catlin kind of got this to me, going for the changes in fund balances, reduction in 20 million. Because if you're just to take 401 and 470, how much should those increase by? About 20 million?
A little bit over that. There was, I think, maybe the central storage fund was in there, which is where we house our fleet, for that program, but absolutely correct. Those are the three funds. Maybe there's another one that all that went towards.
Okay, yep. And, okay, so it wasn't, I mean, I guess again, to the press, to the public that are watching, we didn't lose $20 million last year. We put that towards the projects. We actually took the 50-some million that was sitting in unrestricted fund balance. We moved it to the building fund in anticipation of all these projects.
Yeah.
So letting money just sit and make a plan or.
Yes.
Well, at least we announced the plan, so bargaining negotiations are a lot easier.
Yeah.
I can take this. Okay, well, thank you, Director Post. Yeah. So, before, this is the last slide before we get into the next section of the budget retreat. So with all this to say, with all the financial, the picture and the illustration that was presented, we do know that we have increasing costs, and usually that for the county, most of the costs for the county are personnel related. So, currently what we're for is a 3% adjustment to the wage scale, with also, a step increase included with that. And then we're also anticipating that the fringe rate for non-union employees will remain the same, or not for non-union, it's actually everyone except the sheriff's office is what it is, but 40% fringe rate. And then health insurance at this time, the plan design committee is still going through that process with our insurance broker, and we haven't received the rates back yet, but we'll roll that into the budget recommendation as well. So that's currently where we sit, and we'll kind of continue forecasting and then present a balanced budget, hopefully by the first meeting in September. So what we plan on doing is presenting, kind of going through the process of forecasting. So we'll, the second and first meetings in August, we'll have budget discussions on the committee of the whole agenda, so we can kind of go through some of that, and we'll have more presentations. And then that'll culminate to the administrator's recommended budget. So any questions on this slide at all?
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. I see you're projecting 3% roughly for wages and stuff. What about increased costs for regular services? Our electric, our gas, are you anticipating a 2 or 3% cost?
Yes.
That is also a big part of our budget.
Absolutely.
You just don't see it.
Yeah, a lot of folks don't see it. So our buildings and grounds department monitors all of that, and they plan for that. So yeah, they have all of those increases baked into the budget already. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's already projected. Yep.
Vice Chair.
And yeah, utilities costs is one of the new funding requests in here. Although I don't think we've ever hit our total budget on utilities each year. I don't think we've ever had to make a change on the budget halfway through, but I think.
Yes. If you remember with the Justice Center, that was a major deck, because when we took over, that utility bills hit, we had to transfer in.
Okay, we had, okay.
Absolutely.
I'm fan of the 3% wage scale increase, and staff increase, I think that's with what we've got going on, I think that's, appropriate. 40% fringe rate for now, I think that's good for now and probably good for the next couple of years, right? But I think we are going to need to, adjust that in years 3 to 5 as we see these increased costs and some of these increased things that we're doing. The Plan Design Committee, I serve on that for the board, and we're not, anticipating any major changes in our insurance program this year. Next year, will be a 2-year, program. We are looking at taking out GL1s and GLP1s, I think it's called, or basically it's the weight loss drugs. It encompasses, we're one of the very few people that provide it, and it's a huge cost, but we just didn't want to take it away from employees on January 1st. We're basically telling them, you've got a year to get ready, and I think we're doing something like marathon time.
Yeah, we are.
So
Not be quite so huge.
yeah, it's gonna save substantial cost savings in our employee benefits.
Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, no, we appreciate the comments, and yeah, so that's what we're planning for right now, and should be presented to you in the budget. The next section goes over a lot of the current commitments and considerations, but before we dive into that, I don't know, Chair, if you wanted to have a break, a 5-minute break or anything like that for folks that need these restroom. But okay, well, there we go.
All right, let's take, we're on recess.
To take a course, I don't remember the company.
Let's bring it back in.
All right.
We'll go back to you, Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so what we wanted to do was also, kind of roll into some of the things that are top of mind under current commitments and considerations. And so if we go to the next slide, there are a bunch of things on here that are just kind of at top of mind, and we can kind of start with some of these topics, and then we can pause for questions, or we can go through the whole thing, but we can be as engaging as we like here. So the first one that's kind of top of mind because it was on a recent agenda was the household hazardous waste, and that has all sorts of implications because we're actively participating in the Michigan's new materials management planning process, and that's mandated by Eagle. And so Kalamazoo County's planning department and community services are leading those coordination efforts. This matters really at this time because household hazardous waste disposal is a key service in the area under the MMP framework. And so the county must evaluate the long-term infrastructure, the funding, and then the service models that meet the state's new expectations under that program. And as you know, our current facility is just not designed to meet those new expectations. And that's some of the unfunded mandates, discussion that we had with our lobbyists earlier. So what we're currently doing is engaging in a conceptual design planning for an improved facility at HHW. And then we're also coordinating with municipal partners and regional stakeholders to ensure that the process is successful. And so that's a key consideration that we're looking at right now. And like I said, our lobbyist has elevated a project to Senator McCann through the Senate's earmarking process, not expecting that we receive anything, but Senator McCain has been a champion of these environmental energy kind of projects. So we're just looking forward to hearing how that goes, and we'll continue to ask it if it doesn't go through this year. Yes, Chair.
Just a couple on those. My understanding, the feasibility study, we need some significant acreage to support long-term. And as we're working through intergovernmental, collaboration on sort of how we position and construct and fund, is there consideration of will the property necessarily be in Kalamazoo County, or was that something that was like potentially that it wasn't? When we're thinking about our sort of a regional collaboration.
My understanding I'll have Deputy Administrator Smith fill in more. My understanding is that it would be in Kalamazoo County, but I'll have her share more details.
Yeah, so just where we are in the process, so I know that y'all received that feasibility study, and so now our next steps are really looking at where could some potential property be, and then of course engaging our key stakeholders. Yes, planning's gonna be a part of that, but so will HCS. And some other partners too. This is a project that Ezekiel is going to be helping spearhead or not helping spearheading and support from myself. So we are hoping that we'll have some ideas of what property could look like. And our goal is pretty aggressive, that we want some ideas and to come back forward to the board within this year if we can, to really get this ball rolling.
Did the feasibility study though speak also to regional collaboration? Is that?
I believe it did, and then when we look at our materials management planning too, the plan that's going on with within the planning department with Rachel Director Grover, I think that there are going to be some opportunities there. But I think when we look at the main facility for within Kalamazoo County, I think our preference is to stay within Kalamazoo County, but have some of those regional partnerships or collaboration. I think that's definitely on the table, especially as we look at the materials management plan that they're putting forward too.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Just if we moved HHW out of the county, I would probably vote against that. It is such a huge component for all of our residents, one. And two, I think if we are going after capital money from the state, this is the only one that we've got a shot at. From Senator McCann's office. I don't think we have a shot again at the jail or the parking ramp. This one. We need a Republican.
It sounds like something else.
Yeah. You would need a different party to control the Senate in order to get the jail.
All right. The next one we have on there, and everyone's very familiar with this, but our landing place project. that we have for transitional family sheltering, and it's designed specifically for families that are experiencing homelessness. So it aligns with the board's strategic priorities on housing access, equity, and family stability. We currently committed $3.5 million from prior year's golden ratio. So $3.5 million. The city of Kalamazoo has been a partner in the project, as well as other philanthropic partners. So the board has been able to vote on accepting grant funding from the Gilmore Foundation and Stryker on that. And so we're still actively seeking additional partners in that endeavor. We are also working with a successful RFP vendor that was selected to operate the facility, but a full contract is pending and will be presented at a later date for board approval consideration. Timeline for the project, as you know, we're hoping to open and with a phased approach this year in December, utilizing again that phased approach to bring units online gradually, and then wraparound service coordination and planning is underway to ensure long-term impact and family to ensure a family centered. Any questions on? Yeah.
Do we have additional commitments that we are anticipating looking forward in this next 2026 budget process? What we would put towards the planning process, specifically more capital costs or operation costs?
Yeah, so right now we're pursuing, again, you know, just partnerships with, I'd say, community organizations and the philanthropic community. So we're hoping to meet with, you know, sort of our stakeholders sometime in late August and then early September for a meeting with philanthropic partners.
So we're not budgeting any money in this next budget for this project at this point?
At this point in time today, I don't believe so. We're trying to get on a better cadence with our philanthropic partners.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Yep. Any other questions on leaving first? Okay. So then the next one again is the downtown parking garage. So that would serve the Justice Center and the admin building and the patrons that visit those buildings. So the current where we are currently in the project is that we're hiring a project manager and a construction manager to help manage this project and construction trades. Construction is anticipated to begin sometime later this year, pending final procurement and pre-construction milestones. Estimated cost of the project is about $24 million. And then the funding strategy includes previously earmarked dollars through the golden ratio framework and with fund balance. And obviously, we all know why this matters. We need parking downtown. You know, our patrons are struggling to find parking, especially when trying to attend a court case or pay a fine at the Justice Center and or visit the administration building to pay property taxes or visit the clerk's office, that sort of thing. So it's going to be about 400 parking stalls with EV electric chargers planned in there as well. I think we have, I want to say it's either 20 to 30 EV chargers, but don't quote me on that, something like that. We'll have a good number in there as we're working with the city and their zoning requirements to allow for that. Any questions? I see the prosecutors.
I just have a general question, I guess. Will parking be available in the ramp after hours and weekends for the rest of the community that's coming down for events or other things?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a public parking garage, so it will serve the
And they'll pay X dollars per hour.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. All right, so the next big project in future planning that I would like to highlight is the administration building. As you know, a lot of deferred maintenance issues with that building. It's been identified as by the county board as a building of priority as we underwent our facilities master planning process. And so either requiring renovation or full replacement, and a final decision is yet to be made, but both options are currently on the table as we continue the process of working with our working with the board and property owners. And then so funding outlook, you know, for this project, it's anticipated to cost a significant amount of money, similar to likely the Justice Center, maybe a little less, especially something that would require the county to issue bonds for such a project. And that would be for renovation and or full replacement of the building. So in either regard, it would require the county to issue bonds for that project. And so it's something that we're cost modeling. We're doing some additional planning, and then we'll present that information to the board for future consideration as we continue on throughout the rest of the year. And as you know, just like the Justice Center, so, Michigan Avenue Courthouse, Crosstown, those were facilities that, especially MAC was really dilapidated. Crosstown, not so much, but especially the MAC. And we want to ensure that we have, really delivering a facility that speaks to the high quality public services that we provide to the public through, sort of our buildings that we have staff working in. So we want to be able to provide that welcoming workplace, and have it be productive, supportive, and safe. So, any questions on the admin building at all in that project? Right. So similarly, court expansion. I know everyone's probably thinking that, oh wow, we just built the Justice Center. There's this process that the courts go through. I believe it's an annual process. It's the Judicial Resources Report. And that's the same report that we reviewed when the board approved the new judgeship for Kalamazoo County. So the state legislature had to approve it, but the county board had to approve sort of the addition first, and then the state approved it. So through that process, the district court and circuit court received that report back recently, and it actually calls for 3.99 judges, which is inclusive of Judge Morse's seat. So it's really 2.99 judges that are needed for the 9th Judicial Circuit Court and the 8th District Court. And so we know that there are some options that we'll need to consider should the state endeavor to approve a judgeship or two for Kalamazoo County. We would need somewhere to seat those judges should the board approve them. This is not going to happen likely anytime soon, but in the future, it's something that we have to keep on the radar as the docket continues to be a significant workload, produce a significant workload for our judges, our current sitting judges. So the financial impacts would be right to the facilities that we have now. We currently have 2 courthouses, which are the Gold Road Justice Complex and then the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center downtown. And so there are some options that we consider in terms of either expanding them or renovation. And so we'll have to kind of look at how we would approach those options and then present those to the board considerations at a later date. So, but it's something that we have on our radar because it will, cost the county money as we have to renovate a building or expand. So,
Just really quick, that court expansion, is that part of potential court expansion? That's part of the, that what they were looking at the facilities master plan that's coming up.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So the courts have been involved in that, and that's data and information that they shared with the master plan consultants.
Just a majority of counties in the state of Michigan under judicial review come back with a report saying you need more judges. And Kalamazoo County had that report for about 40 some years before Eric Medford and Sean McCann got together and cut a deal with Allegan County and Kalamazoo County about 7-8 years ago. But the fact that we got a judge, even though that we have this judicial report, this Latin like 4 to 5 years ago, was really kind of a strike of lightning because most counties in the state come back and saying you need more judges. The state never funds them. But it just for some reason, Allegan County got one and Kalamazoo County got one about 5-6 years ago. But most counties in the state of Michigan have this judicial review come back and say, you need district court judges, you need probate judges, or you need circuit court judges. They just never appropriate the dollars.
No, thank you, Vice Chair. It's great information for sure. So for jail rehabilitation, as you know, a newer portion of the jail was constructed, I believe, in 2013. Is that correct here? 2013. Yeah, finished in 2013. And so that's the newer part of the jail. We saw that really old part of the jail that's dilapidated, has lots of plumbing issues, things of that nature, that really cost the county a lot of money and a lot of headache for the sheriff's office and their P&G staff as well. So sort of outlining the planning status of jail improvements are now part of the broader facilities master plan. And so the sheriff's office and his team have been engaged in that, which will outline long-term space and infrastructure needs. We also are looking at a future phase to focus on aligning design concepts and capacity planning, I'd say with updated operational and population needs. And so sort of the funding outlook on this project, we don't know what it will cost yet, but it'll be a multi-million-dollar project as well. I believe, and the sheriff can help me out, in 2013, the cost of that project wasn't it 30 million?
Well, all together, yes, the initial.
About 30
Initial,
million,
yeah,
yeah, so, yeah, it's quite expensive, so we anticipated it would be about that expensive again, which would require the county to issue bonds to insure. So, something that we wanna ensure that we do and keep an eye on because, it's vital, right, for officer and public safety, staff well-being, and then compliance with legal standards set forth by, state and federal government. So, it's something that is definitely on the radar. We want to make sure that we have, our eyes on and focus on it, significantly. So, any questions on jail?
Yeah, it's also important for the, well-being of people serving sentences within the jail as well. I know, Sheriff, you and I spent some time and had discussion around this. Can you refresh or just generally for the board, what percentage of the population or the census can be housed in the newer part of the jail versus how many inmates are staying in the older part of the jail with more infrastructure concerns and issues?
Yeah, so where housing takes place for the inmate population changes pretty much in a weekly cycle due to what the classification of inmate is in the facility. We have a very, very high number of people in for felony charges as opposed to misdemeanors. Jails in the past were always built towards a high population of misdemeanors, and prisons were always for people going out with felonies. But since 2020, we've had a significant change. So our population this week hovered around 360, and the population is not as able to use the new facility as much as it had initially been when we had a higher misdemeanor population due to the coexisting mental health and substance use disorders that we are seeing inside the facility. And I appreciate you bringing up the mental health and physical health of the staff. That's where we're seeing suffering. We are by far the largest mental health facility in the Southwest Michigan, besides maybe Kent County Jail.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah. So definitely something on our radar, like I said. The next one is retiree benefits and a potential wage adjustment. As you know, the board has discussed that. We offer a defined benefit retirement plan, which provides a guaranteed annuity to eligible retirees. And it's a benefit structure that is increasingly rare among public employers. And so we're lucky to have one. We attended a county administrators conference where folks use MERS, and I just gotta say, we're lucky we don't have MERS and offer that to our employees. So, current discussion, as you know, there were some retirees approached the board for an increase in annuity payments to offset the effects of cost of living and inflation. And so we have recognized that even just through dialogue with them and others that many retirees are facing growing financial strain. I mean, our own employees face financial strain. So it's particularly involving healthcare, housing, and basic needs. So some of the financial considerations in our finance team is working with the Human Resources Department to compile the data needed for the actuary. As the board knows, one of our former HR managers retired, so Jean Michaud retired, and she led the pension aspect of the Human Resource Department for the county. And so there's some data migration issues that we're having and collection issues that we're having, but we're gonna get that information over to the actuary so that they can perform their analysis and present that to the board for some options to consider. So we know that, with any of these options, there could be a potential impact on fringe rate that's applied, to future budgets and department requests. And then the county's capacity also, I think there's a consideration out there too, to understand how we can enhance, future and active benefits for, active employees. So all of these options, so we've already, I believe, presented 3 options to the board, 2 or 3 options to the board, and I believe there's another 2 that are forthcoming, that we need the actuary to complete. And so those will be, presented at a later meeting, hopefully before the adoptions. And so any questions on that?
Commissioner Gissett?
Yes, I know, from some time ago, we kept the decision was made to keep the defined benefit program rather than go in the direction most organizations are toward a 401k, or something like that. Do we still look at that periodically to make sure that that's still a good decision and not to go to a 401k? And John's my source for that information. So if I'm wrong,
It would be like selling your Ferrari so you can go buy a Pinto.
Yeah.
And it would be more expensive for the Pinto. We've got
Still.
108, yeah, still, we got 108%, 120% funded defined benefit plan, where we're actually putting in less money than if we had a 401 and we were paying a matching, let's say a 4% match to employees. That would be more expensive than our current plan. So it's insane, but we actually have got a good thing going, and we funded it with really conservative assumptions over the last 20, 30 years that allows us to be in the position that we are, which is, it's great. I mean, you can't ask for any better.
but it is extremely rare. That's why.
It's so rare.
Yeah, and just a couple of things with that. So it's so rare that even so, if you saw any of the news with, the mayor of Philadelphia with the garbage issue, right, the union contract. So she said that, you know, and they ended up settling with the mayor's, you know, she remained with her position, and, you know, she was able to get a contract passed, but, she had, you know, informed the union that if I give you more money, this pension won't be fully, funded. And so, I think she said after it's been like 20 years or something since their pension has been fully funded, ours is fully funded. And so that's something that, you know, we talked about the overfunded status and what a comfortable level is, but that's all market dependent. And so just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as just as an anecdote, as you have this discussion. I can tell you though, too, on the second point I want to make, is that the Retirement Investment Committee did say that they do not envy the Board of Commissioners because you have a tough decision to make. And it's a decision that, you know, will have implications regardless on the funding position and the vitality of our pension. For what you do with those. And like I said, the Retirement Investment Committee's position is that they don't recommend it, but that's why they're in place. They will not recommend it. So, and they've said that. So, but they also said they don't envy you. And that's why you all are elected in your Board of Commissioners and have to make those decisions. So, they'll review that actuarial too and provide an opinion, on that. And you know, and then you guys can make a decision based on that information.
Vice Chair.
And we've got a policy right now that keeps the defined benefits at, is it $6 million, Ryan? $5 million?
Yeah.
I think we ought to look at that policy during this budget discussion. And then potentially if that policy fall, or if that, I think it's sitting at 9 right now, but if it does fall below 5 or 5.5 or 6, now that we've got increased spending and we've got double-digit inflationary costs in our healthcare providers, I think we should be looking at putting a policy in place that we supplement general fund money into that if it falls below 5 or 6 even. I think we really need to be wary of the structural. Right now, we've had a structural surplus in that defined employee benefits fund. It's going to start to change. And we're going to have to start to take proactive action, not like I said before, NGO1s and others.
Yep. All right. And then the last topic on there is employee non-medical benefits. So this is just something that the Plan Design Committee also goes through to suggest potential non-medical benefit enhancements for current active employees. And so Those will also be presented during the budget process through the administrator's recommendation. Potential enhancements that are not potential enhancements that we approved last year, if you recall, were like tuition reimbursement increases, the annual, tri-share, the annually payout, Rule 80 implementation, those sorts of things. So we want to make sure that we remain competitive in the workforce, so through wages, but also through some of those non-medical benefit adjustments that we can make from time to time. So that's all of the projects and opportunities that we have right now that are at the top of the radar. There's others that are, also being considered. So any questions just holistically on this slide?
Are we working on a emergency management facility in cooperation with our backup radio system?
Yeah,
That could be a significant amount of money,
yeah.
just throwing it out there.
Yeah, so we have that, and that'll be presented to the board too. We have that on the.
Is that for hoping to do this year, yeah?
Yes. Yep. All right, so, okay, well, we'll continue on, so departmental needs, so we'll kind of go through, kind of three areas. One will be, administrative departments, so internal, external services, and then we'll also highlight some of the elected office, and courts, needs that we've, have pending and on the horizon. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Administrators, Colin Smith for a presentation on their internal, external services.
So in reviewing this together, Deputy Administrator Cole and I were reviewing our department's priorities and came up with these 5 general themes that we had. So we're just gonna go through each of them, and then of course, if y'all just kind of have some blanket commentary of what these words mean to external departments versus internal departments and where there's some overlap, and then of course, we can go into more details if you have questions to dive in. So the first is enhanced communication and public engagement, or for the interim side of things, enhanced communication and departmental coordination. So speaking about communication and public engagement from external side of things, really what we're looking for are resources that are needed to modernize outreach. So just ensuring that residents know what is available, how to access it, how to engage it more easily with the county services. To do all of those things, we need to improve our visibility and simplify access across our platforms. What that kind of looks like is looking at some requests and some needs for countywide marketing campaigns, some digital outreach tools, looking at some of our public facing data tools, and then just in general, improving public access to services. So when we look at what can we move that maybe is happening on the phone or in person, where are opportunities for those resources to be online and having that engagement for people can utilize that no matter where they are and not just during the business hours of the whole.
And then for the internal services side, very much the same. Just also want to highlight for the board that these bullet points actually align with the strategic plan and elements within the strategic plan, as well as all the departmental requests are also through the lens of the strategic plan. So for the internal departments, the communication and coordination of departments is really aligning the services of the internal business departments with the needs of those departments. So really being an internal aid to where those departments want to go. It's really changing the dynamic of service internally. So again, throughout the entire strategic plan, it is around that collaborative work. Just having IT, B&G, finance, and HR really being an aid to the development and the goals of each and every one of those departments. So some of the investments that you'll see in the department requests are about staffing to help provide better service, or about technology tools to help provide data insights, as well as aid with service delivery. So some comments.
Yep, and thank you for saying that. So to that point, for my external departments, it's really honing in on kind of our goal 1, and for Terrell's internal, we're looking at really how that aligns with goal 4 and goal 7. Next, we have our prioritizing equity and access for marginalized communities. So again, really focusing in on making services more inclusive by closing those gaps for underserved populations through targeted outreach and strategic investment. Some of this I've already talked about a little bit. It's really looking at that outreach, increasing outreach and that service delivery. And really looking at how we are investing in equity priority when we're looking at programs, response outreach, housing, all of that. And also utilizing our GIS and data tools to help target some of those underserved populations that we have. And for my department, that's really hitting in on our goal 3, our strategic plan.
And for internal services, again, it's really leveraging, so little parts of the last bullet, but really providing the tools and the services, the support services to help the departments do those functions. One of the key changes in our environment is AI and how the county can use AI and really ensuring that IT, for instance, is a department as a student that can provide guidance to departments to how to leverage AI, help analyze data to really look at that issue of equity and access as well. So.
Our third bullet here is strengthening internal operations and efficiencies. And so really looking at our departments need some updated systems. We need to invest in our staff training. With some departments, we need to create SOPs. With others, we need time and energy on updating those SOPs and just looking at automation tools in general so we can improve that service delivery and that internal consistency.
And just don't want to necessarily be redundant with the same points to be made, but I think the legend is high in terms of the types of forms and processes that we have for internal services that we're looking at leaning those out. And that also requires some different skill sets. So you'll see that reflected in some of the requests, either through technology or personnel.
And so building on that, this is again where we have really strong overlap for what our department submitted, but building collaborative and high performing teams. So as we look to lean out processes and standardize things, also looking at how we are investing in staff engagement, communication to staff, and cross trainings to build stronger and more resilient teams. Because we know a strong connected workforce is critical to delivering to the public, especially the anticipated increased demand on services due to other cuts that we may be getting from the state or federal government or from other grants going away. So really ensure as we're streamlining with this one in particular, we're really looking at how do we have that collaborative, high performing team. We know that means investing in our staff.
Ditto.
And then the last one is advanced strategic planning and data-driven decision making. So looking at our strategic plans and better data systems, helping us guide smarter decisions. This is really honing in on goal number 205 from our strategic plan, looking at how we can look at impact across departments and also that collaboration across departments. How can we expand or start utilizing some data dashboards to really have that communication? Just again, as we work together and within departments, but as we also work with our community, and then any reporting tools that we need too, so we can all be making informed decisions. So staff members know how they get plugged in all the way up to, as we're looking at the data and decisions and communicating that to the board, how all of that really ties together.
And for the internal service departments is really leveraging many investments that are already made, optimizing current technologies to get data for better strategic and data-driven decision making, adding some new ones where there weren't any. So for instance, P&G actually has no real discernible data. They are a paper and pen department. So managing all these facilities and no work order system. So modernizing them is key. Using the facilities master plan as a base and a point in time where all our facilities are, so where all of our facilities are and where we're going, and managing all that work is critical for them. For finance and HR, leveraging the Munis system, we'll go through a period of stabilization. As you guys know, we had to go through stabilization first and optimization. So we're trying to optimize what we currently have. And then when you have good faith in the system and the data that's in the system, now you can really leverage it. So that's what we're currently at in those departments, is kind of getting to that optimization phase. But again, those require different types of investments, so.
That's all we have. This kind of just summarizes those key themes that we see coming out of our departments as we head into 26.
Go to Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for your presentation, because as I've said many times, and this board, our employees are the backbone of our county. They're the ones that are providing the services and, programs to our citizens and to our businesses that make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. Had to get that in there for.
We'll take a note of that one.
Take a note of that.
We'll put it in the video.
Thank you for working to keep our employees engaged so that the communication goes both ways. Up and down the chain, that's what makes the organization a great place to be. Obviously, there's always going to be somebody that doesn't agree with everything. I mean, shoot, sometimes I don't even agree with myself. So, it's important that we keep that line of communications open and work with our employees so that, they can communicate back up the chain, and sometimes we don't always see it. When you're at the 30,000 foot level, you don't see what's going on in the grass. And it's not our job as county commissioners to be in the grass. It's your job to make sure that you're hearing and bringing to us what needs to come there. So thank you for your presentation.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, that sounds great. Do we have any metrics, or how are you gonna judge success?
So that's different depending on each particular group. What we've done in this first year of the strategic plan is really meet with the various departments to talk about their metrics, and really have goals.
So it'd be different for department?
It would be different, yeah, each service delivery. So for instance, when I look at HR, I look at attraction, retention, vacancies, how long vacancies. And really, over my time here, really kind of talked about this whole aspect of, being accountable, but then also responsible. So there are a lot of people that have responsibility for a process, but the own department has to be able to measure every part of that process. And that was something that was not really absorbed. So, so if you're in finance or you're in HR, like, you have to know those numbers. And so if there's a reason there's a vacancy because the department isn't doing their particular part, you have to know that and then bump that up so that we can work with that department to discontinue the process, because that doesn't help anyone. And that's really just a situation that we're in, where if you're so thin, you don't necessarily have time to do the hiring aspects or the recruiting aspects. So we want to be able to fill in, and that's what I need when our internal service departments have to really aid the departments in those goals. It's the same thing on finance. If it's about bills being paid, it's not just that department's responsibility to do it. They have to monitor, and when they hit their metric, they got to work with that department to, hey, why are you looking at this process? That was not necessarily happening.
So retention and recruitment would be a big part of that.
Absolutely.
Depending on the department, when we were meeting with the departments, and then even afterwards, as we've met with our individual staff too, I mean, I will say, at least for my side of the shop with the external services, there's some departments, like the health department, that has data out the wazoo. And so really refining, okay, what is it? Yes, there's things that you have to report to the state, or it's a requirement for the grant, but what is it that you need to know as supervisors, managers, department head, all the way up to us, all the way to you? What is that continuous conversation that we need to have? Yes, we have to keep reporting to the state, but what is it that we need to know to keep the hand on the
Finger on the pulse.
Yeah, thank you. I'm like, where is it? I want to say pulse, I knew hand on the pulse is not right. Finger on the pulse. So all of our data metrics are going to be a little bit different, but they all did identify with their submitted budget priorities. And that's where y'all will see that, I think, whatever's in the budget at that point in time, that you'll see, what their goal is that they assign to, what the description is, and what the outcome is that they're hoping to have. And some even indicated what those KPIs that they're going to be reaching for as well, which would be part of that dashboard. So this is all been a getting ready here for them.
And I just also want to point out a few things about that process, is that it's evolving, right? When new data comes available, new KPIs sometimes are created, and that we are, moving from an outcome, like what happened, right? As opposed to what is happening. And so when you transition that way, and you create those metrics and those baselines, you're better able to adjust mid-year to things. And not every department was able to do that. People are in different, levels of their data management maturity, their metric maturity. And so some are going from ground zero, others are very mature. So we're just trying to have everyone get to that same level. So it's a process that they know which department.
Yeah, and you'll see in there, some are, this year, the goal is, I need baseline data. I just need to start collecting it. And then some are saying, hey, we already have it, and we know we want to have an X% increase or whatever it may be. So
It's very good, feel very good that you just said that. It's
Yeah.
Finding the baseline data and then.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I assume you're being mindful too, particularly in a department like HCS, it's probably more data forward, more along in their process. Sort of looking at the information you have already and how you can, implement that to help you with analysis.
And-
Rather than creating more system tracking.
And then the work is, how do we make that easier for you to do?
Yes,
Yeah.
Right? So sometimes it's the effort, you have all the data in the world, but like getting it and then doing something with it and keeping that process is something. So again, some of our departments weren't providing that particular service. It's up to that department to kind of figure that out. So what tools can we present? Like how can we advocate with your vendors to make sure you have the proper reports and so what can we do to make it easier for you to do that? And that's a transition for some of our internal departments.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say, we have to keep hand in hand too, was that administrative burden as well. You know, if we are collecting all of this data, what is that burden that we're putting on staff? Which is why some of these other points are so important too, that go hand in hand of the SOPs, meeting out some efficiencies to ensure that we aren't just collecting to collect and then creating burden too. So really looking at and evaluating all of that. I mean, this is a big, this is step one,
This is
with
step one.
many steps to come when we talk about data-driven decisions.
Government, we have a big tendency to.
Yeah,
pull a lot of data, and we're making a lot of work.
Yeah.
Which,
No,
so just what is the value of it? What are we
Exactly.
using to drive decisions and stuff that is extra fun?
Yeah.
Maybe not a lot, I say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How do I get one of those cool county vouchers?
Oh, you talking about this one right here? I got you covered. I get you. Nice.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. So on this slide, I present this with the caveat that obviously, I mean, this is anecdotally information and requests that I've received that are just on my radar. It is nothing that the full board has voted on and considered. So just know that. I just want the public to know that this is just something that's on my radar as we're trying to compile information for the budget. So one of the requests that I did receive from some commissioners was to look at rather what health benefits would cost for the county to I guess include as part of the compensation package, so to speak, for board commissioners. So this would be exploring medical benefit coverage as part of the compensation package. And what I see is that the increase or this request rather reflects a commitment or the time commitment, the increase in time commitment, complexity, and public responsibility of today's commissioners. And then as we're kind of going through this process to see how this will align with the county budget and strategic plan, we also have to keep in mind fiscal impact, legal compliance, which Corporation Counsel is looking into, because as you know, unlike the other county wide elected officials, board commissioners within their term can't increase compensation. And so we're trying to investigate if adding things would fit that legal definition. And then also we'll have some benchmarking information against other counties because we participate in a comparable study around that. We also know that the board, especially for 2026, championed the community grants process, as well as the Employee Emergency Relief Fund, and then dependent child care support, so the Tri-Share, Care Share programs. And then what I, mistakenly forgot to put on here was, and we know it loud and clear, but, county fair. So like, right, that's in alignment with what the board, has said that they would like to consider. This is not a bullet that's listed on here. But we have that as part of our plan as well. And so, that's what we have for now. If there's any additional information that we should consider, just let us know. On to the countywide elected officials. So, no, please, go ahead.
Before I forget my question, and John, I think you and Jeff would be on first base with this. Didn't we have some kind of medical coverage historically? I didn't want to say Mike Seals, who we used to tell me with, I think participated in some sort of a county employee plan.
We did, when Jeff and I first got elected in 2002, there was we were considered 0.5 FTEs. Now we're considered full-time employees, but back then we were considered 0.5 FTEs. And there was a county policy that 0.5 FTEs could buy into health insurance at 50% of the rate. They got rid of that in 2006 or 2008, but the current commissioners were grandfathered into it. And I think the last two commissioners to hold that health insurance was Commissioner Hepler and myself up until 2016. Then when I got off the board in 2016 or 17, and Jeff got off the board in 2017, we were the last two commissioners to be grandfathered into that process. So that we didn't get it when we got back onto the board. That makes sense.
Thanks, I thought a story.
Once we got booted off,
Once they booted it off and we got back on, they didn't give it to us.
You spoiled it.
All right. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's good to know. We'll certainly look into that. Yeah. All right. So moving on to the countywide elected offices and courts. So there are a lot of new funding requests that each of those offices and courts have produced in alignment with the strategic plan as well. So we know as part of goal for strengthening the public workforce, budget investments are aimed at maintaining core operations, filling critical vacancies, building capable, well-trained, and resilient public workforce that can meet the rise of demand throughout those various offices. So you just see that, like I said, addressing those surges in caseloads, and then the investments in recruitment and retention. Looking at expanding equitable access to justice and services, so that aligns with goal 2. Request support, outreach to the community, language access, community-based programs that reduce systemic barriers. So when you look at, programs like the Vital Interest Scholarships and the foreclosure outreach, the Drain Commissioner's stormwater access, those all align with that sort of thing, and that goal. Goal 1, enhancing communications and transparency. They're looking at ways to better inform and educate residents, building community trust, improving access to critical government services. So we see requests that support investments in outreach campaigns, social media, fraud prevention, alert programs, that sort of thing, expanding access to digitized records, and Board of Commissioners archives. So that aligns with goal 1 to enhance communications and transparency. Diving into goal 7, so modernizing operation investments in technology. We see funding requests that support overdue upgrades in technology. So in the courts, that's on base for them. Compliance tools, automation, that improve service delivery overall, and in long-term costs that support that. So you can kind of see that within, even as we're discussing through recently through by channeling some of the technology upgrades that are necessary within the records management system, the jail management system within the sheriff's office, streamlining permitting processes within the Drain Commissioner's office, really just aligning with some of the needs that are kind of profound today. And then lastly, look at building a collaborative, forward-thinking or forward-looking team, which is goal 8. We see requests in the new funding that are prioritizing leadership development, some professional development, internal communication, coaching, succession planning, all of those sorts of things. And so you'll see that every new funding request we require to align with the strategic plan so that it was kind of married with that plan, and we're addressing, the various aspects of the plan as we continue on through the this budget and future budgets. So, in every one of the countywide elected offices and boards do that.
Commissioner Nixon.
Yes, I used to have a copy editors working for BLM John. I just wanted to point out teams instead of terms.
No, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
They don't have it hard to break.
Yep. Look at that, one typo, yeah, appreciate it, it's fixed.
Oh, you said it, okay. You corrected it.
Yeah.
On the block.
I think well, anyway, yeah, it could have worked, I don't know, forward-looking
Yeah.
terms, yeah, I don't think that does work, though, okay, all right. Any other questions on countywide elected offices? A lot of the countywides are here, if you have specific questions for them about, anything. All right, so, we're getting into the last, bit of, we have 4 slides to present and really all this align around the strategic plan, so, next slide, please. So, kind of encapsulating what we talked about is bonding and payment strategic planning, or strategic capital planning rather. We know that these projects cannot be funded solely through annual operations or reserves, and we kind of talked about that earlier. While we have fund balances built up, they're earmarked for certain projects, and even those projects, fund balances that are there will be able to address some of the capital needs. So we know, again, that we have the jail to address outdated infrastructure and meet modern standards. We have the admin building, which is either encompassing a full renovation or full replacement. The courtroom expansion, which aligns with judicial appointments in the judicial resources report. We have the household hazardous waste to comply with Eagle-driven requirements in the materials management reforms, and then the parking garage, which is more imminent and something that we're working on now to support growing campus and public access needs. So we want to talk about, some of the fiscal responsibilities and the strategic use of bonding that would allow the county to address a lot of these growing capital needs, help spread costs over time and then also preserving some of the operating budgets and dollars there. For 2, it takes advantage of favorable interest rates while maintaining liquidity, because that's important to the county because of how we receive tax dollars and just things that keep the operations moving. And then 3, ensures equity by allowing future users to help finance long-lived assets. And obviously, this matters because infrastructure projects are foundational to public service delivery and long-term resiliency. And then early planning and transparency will be key to managing our public debt while aligning with the county strategic plan as we move forward with 4 priorities.
Commissioner
Yes.
Nixon.
Yes, I imagine it covers all through here. It's like a wash coat on a painting or something before they start adding the detail, but it can certainly run amok and cost us money if we let our bond rating fluctuate or not stay where it is, which is great. I'm not looking for you to include that in here. I'm just looking for you to nod and say, yes, that's a given.
No, yeah,
Not
absolutely.
mess with our bond rating, because we just saw that Justice Center, and we financed that way back when, or didn't sign for the bonds. And that saved us, I don't know, something like $2 or $3 million a year of interest. And that was good.
Yeah.
And I'd hate to see us get away from that if we're looking at too many of these capital improvement programs that we can't, or capital improvement projects that we can't fund out of cash. We don't want to wind up letting our bond rating drift, because then that will cost us the $2 or $3 million in interest on, upcoming projects. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I'm looking for you to write that in as another bullet pointer.
I mean, it's an important point when we're thinking about what the county's bonding capacity is, because, we extend our bonding authority to other projects as well. So the road commission's construction project, the Hardcourt Event Center uses our bonding authority. And so, but we had dialogue most recently around the event center, hardcore center rather. I gotta get the right name to call it, the
Youth sports
Youth
facility,
sports
yes.
center, so we all know what we're talking about. But you know, we were reassured also then that we still have extensive funding capacity beyond what we've extended so far, and we're in a good public position.
I just like to see us.
Yeah.
keep that one.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, just going through this list of, the capital projects, the jail renovation and expansion, I think we're probably going to need that. I don't think that's a next year project. I think that's down the road, 3 to 5 years. Administration building modernization, that's probably next year project, or at least planning for it quick. The courtroom expansion, I don't think we need to plan for that because I think it's gonna be 20, 30 years before we get another judge. That's just my personal belief on that. Household hazardous waste facility, I think that's gonna be a 1 to 3 years that we're gonna have to do quickly, and parking garage is like next fall. But all in all, you've got about $160 million roughly, give or take, of, capital projects that are going in there. We've got about 50 million in our building fund. So that's a shortfall of about $110 million roughly over a period with our surplus. We're going to be bonding about $100 million, which is about a $5 million a year payment if we keep our current low interest rates. That now we've got a surplus of about $7 to $8 million structurally within our last year's audit, not counting the earmarks. But we're going to be facing some issues where money is going to get a little bit tight. And specifically as it comes down with the loss in federal funding and with certain grants, we want to restore some of that funding. We're going to be looking at about a $5 million bonding capacity that we should probably, and my advice is, before we start bonding out, let's wait a year or two and hopefully we'll receive some more favorable interest rates in a year or two than we are right now. And we have the cash to go with the first few projects originally in our 401 and 470 fund. So I would recommend that we use like the parking garage we use cash for. And then as we get to these next things, then we start that bonding capacity and then try to encompass as many of these that we think we're going to need in the next 2 to 3 years in that initial bond, so that we're only dealing with one bond for all these projects as opposed to multiple bonds for all these different rates. And we create a bureaucratic nightmare. So this is my 2 cents on that, but I think we're probably going to need to bond out about $100 million over the next 6 to 7 years.
Okay, and I like the comment you made about the timing of it all. Let's take care of with cash if we can, the things that are staring us in the face in the next 12.
The parking garage is staring us in the face.
Not only that, that bonding takes time. Time we don't have to. We're already having shortfall parking with our facilities downtown, so bonding takes time. We need to move ahead in a timely manner. We're already more than a year behind on that parking structure, so I agree with Vice Chair and his assessment. I agree with his layout of the issues. All these things we can be working on. I'm not saying we're stopping, but let's put it together and knock off the pieces that we can knock off in a timely manner and get it done.
All right, next slide, please. So we kind of talked about this a little bit and have alluded to it, but our reserves, so fund balance, keeping in mind that even though we have a golden ratio, there's still things to consider, such as grants that are being terminated, grants that are on hold. We know that the state budget again is on hold for an indefinite amount of time, and so as those funding streams sort of decline, we do face growing pressure to maintain critical services, such as indigent defense, for example, when the state budget is not, approved. So there's a lot of other programs out there from the court side, from public health, in other areas of government that will struggle should the state not approve their budget in a timely manner. So we have to keep that in mind, that although we have healthy fund balances, they may need to be strategically positioned to assist in help some of these operations along. Looking ahead, we need to maintain a healthy reserve. There'll be, really critical for our fiscal resiliency. And, as you know, obviously, it's a vital tool for readiness. It's not just a cushion and some sort of a, rainy day fund just to have, and just to leverage for anything and everything. We really have to be ready because there are a lot of areas where the federal government and the state will have to react to these as well, where they've just eliminated funding streams or they put them on hold definitely. So we'll have to be ready for that. So, this kind of gets us into the next slide where we talk about, the strategic plan and the board priorities. And then that'll obviously culminate into our next agenda items here. All of the 2026 budget process is grounded in the Kalamazoo County strategic plan. And so as you know, this 2025 was year zero of that. So that was getting departments ready to start collecting data, identify data they'd like to collect, and then report out on it as we go on through future years of the budget process. And that's all being evaluated through the lens of the county's strategic 5 pillars. And so we're looking forward to that. We have the prioritization really shaped around support for core services, advancing the board's priorities, and then sustaining physical health of the organization. I'm sorry.
I think you wanted that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, you gotta keep going. You're going backwards somehow.
We were just doing that to see if they were paying attention.
Right?
There we go, right there. No, I'm sorry, next one. Yep, there we go. Okay. So, looking ahead, we're looking at, building this budget as a tool for readiness and balancing today's needs with tomorrow's responsibilities. And so, I think every department's request, for the most part, embodies that. And so we're looking forward to that. And then the last slide is our 2025, the 2029 strategic goals. And as you may or may not remember, and I can send this out to you, we have a schedule for implementation of the strategic plan. And really it calls for addressing goals 3, 4, 6, and 7. Not to say that you can't pivot in addressing any of the other goals, but it's really a focus on 3, 4, 6, and 7. So that's we wanted to wrap it up there, just to provide an overview of those goals and both from the external side and the internal side, and then take a look at some of the other documents that we have for presentation, and then roll into your budget priority section. And that's all I have. Happy to take any questions on the presentation we just delivered.
Thank you to administrator for that, all the work put forward, not only to the board, but even the public facing materials and video. I think it's all really helpful and for the board engaging in all of that dialogue. So thank you for that. We have such a strong team here. It's really been something to see in my time here on the board. So it's really proud to be working with all of you, Commissioner.
Yes, and I apologize, either I wasn't paying attention or I have missed a couple of meetings this year recently. I'd like to have somebody, anybody who would like to tackle it, and 25 words or less, explain to me the golden ratio. It sounds simplistic. I think I know what it means, but what is the golden ratio? How do we come up with it?
So this was it's a financial policy. Really, it was an amendment essentially to the fund balance policy. And so the fund balance policy, which we would like to make further amendments to that policy and suggest there be further amendments, because it has this range in there, which doesn't make any sense, to be honest. It's 20 to 25%. It should say whatever percent, and we think it should be 25, but that's a board decision. But essentially, to address this fund balance policy that was more or less basically dictated for the most part of this funding just sit there at unrestricted fund balance. And so we wanted to drive, I guess allow that money to work in certain areas of government. So it dictated that any funds that exceeded the 20% threshold for fund balance would be earmarked or directed towards, fleet replacements of 20% towards fleet replacement.
Slide earlier, right?
20% to large capital, 30% capital projects, and then 30% to board priorities. And the board priorities are just endeavors that the board feels like that need a direct attention from the board through your constituencies, like that would be projects, the things of that nature. So, yeah, absolutely.
I blame John, originated from you, because, and I agree with you 100% at the time, I still do. That, we have as a county been so conservative financially, and sometimes that gets in our way. And you're saying, you said back then, and I agree with you now, let's not get crazy with our sense of, not spending a nickel unless we have to. Let's look at what makes sense, and I think this is a sensible approach, and thank you for the explanation.
I think we were, as a county, not Kevin in this administration, but previous administrations, were creating decade-long slush fund. And that's exactly what it was, whether it be the employee benefits fund, whether it be all these, we were having surpluses of $10 to $15 million a year, each and every single year. We were budgeting 2.5% to 3% on our property tax increase, when equalization was coming in with reports of 6% and 8% increase. We were having, on the expenditure side, we were spending about 75–80% of our salary pool. We've had positions that have been unfilled for close to 5 or 6 years. We're continuously overestimating our expenditures and underestimating our revenues. And we ran out of places to hide the money, is basically what happened. I couldn't said it any more. I mean,
Ultimately, at the end of the day, these are public monies that the public would like out doing good for the public. So, that's the methodology to help us get it out, get it deployed. Make sure we're having an impact.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, the next parts of the agenda, I can't remember which one. It's a new funding request. Yeah. So if we'd like to, take a look at those, I mean, this process isn't really designed to vote on new funding requests right now, but it's really, we just wanted to present those to the public and to the board that we've compiled those. Every request is in alignment with the strategic plan, and it's there. Unless you have any burning questions about them now, I don't plan to dive deep into. It's something that you can use as a guide to help guide your budget priority setting. So
I could probably count, but do you know how many FTEs are in here?
You know what I meant to. No, I do not. Not off the top of my head, but
No worries, I can figure it out.
Let's see here.
A lot. Yeah, there's a few.
By counting, I think it's 50,000.
That's the one. I'm just. It's like, it's 55 to 60. That's actually a lot. That's more than last year.
It's a softball, but I'm assuming we don't have $11.7 million in the budget.
No, we do not. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, so of course, we'll, based on the budget priorities, we will deliver, recommendation in alignment, No, we definitely don't have, $11.7 million.
Yeah. So these all been presented from the departments and going through analysis from you in alignment with available resources and priorities.
Yes.
And so, we'll have an additional discussion on the recommendation for new funding requests before we get to the end of the presented budget.
Absolutely.
All right. Anybody have anything they wanted to have? I see you in our clerk place.
Yeah, and I think, I've had conversations with, the administrator about this. The new funding request under early voting is 100% reimbursable. That's not new funding.
Thank you for clarifying. Any other questions? Vice Chair.
Just a quick, good work on this, and your team, finance as well. The one thing that I guess is probably a question, but not a question, but a request, I guess. Those, reports that you do, for monthly, you know, the monthly financial reports, thank you. How hard would it be? Is it gonna be a bureaucratic nightmare to do, like, what that would look like each of the last 3 years? For the thing, is that information already there?
It's a great point. I thought about that. No, we can definitely, so it'd be very simple to do 22, 23, 24, because you have to, there's those years.
Then you have to do the conversion if it's.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think that's fair. We can provide that.
Okay.
Fashion.
Well, I think that 3 years would kind of help, especially if you look at stuff like strategic reserve or some of those other things that very rarely get spent down to their entirety. And then also, this is probably a Kevin or a Carol question. The number of vacant positions in each department and the length of vacancy. If I could get that, that would help me a lot in trying to figure out which departments, desperately need, employees. And then, the number of new positions added to each department over the last 5 to 10 years, or 3 years, or whatever it was. And
Additional headcount requested and received.
yeah, requested and received over the last few years, and that's it. That's all I.
All right, anything else on the new funding requests? Thank you for those requests, Vice Chair. It'll be very helpful. All right, so the next is the discussion of ARPA funding.
So yes, so I presented, we filed in, for Q2 2025 ARPA report, our, esteemed, finance colleague, John O'Connor actually produces that report, does a great job at it. And, so we file that with the federal government through the Treasury's office. And, so just have that out there just for transparency, purposes. As you know, we're kind of closing in on the December 31st, 2026 deadline. And while a lot of those projects are spending down their funding, we do have one in particular through Young Kings and Queens. They have forfeited or declined rather their ARPA award in the amount of $400,000. So that will need to be repurposed, as well as tangential funding through the housing millage. I believe it's 172,000 or 173,000 will need to also be repurposed. There's also a request that came in from Texas Charter Township. They had some disaster relief funding through an ARPA award. They have about, I believe it's 28,000 and some change remaining within that line item that they would like to repurpose over to the after the storm organization to help targeted homeowners in their area. And so that's a discussion the board in terms of if you're amenable to that request of an amendment in their contract, or if you'd like to repurpose that to a different, project that's has been uplifted through community. And so that will be brought forward, I believe, on the August 6th meeting, as well as the Young Kings and Queens project. But just want to present that report to you so that you know where some of the projects stand.
Thank you. Just looking through our tiny font. Are there any other projects that we have any concerns about on timeline? So we still have like the Sunset Dam renovation, so about $2 million sitting there, but we expect it to be on
The
time.
drain commissioner believes that will be, it's a project, it's all state regulated, so it's going through Eagle for permitting. But he does believe it should hopefully wrap up yet this year or by the spring next year. So it's just a lot of stuff they're waiting on from Eagle, so permitting. But the project is designed, it's that Sunset Lake Dam is in Vicksburg, so it's in conjunction with the Vicksburg Mill project. So.
One thing I'll just touch on is I'm looking through one of the other housing developments I see here, still waiting to move forward, is that Cal Recovery development with about $500,000. And that one is again, you know, one I continue to strongly advocate for. You know, we've committed ARPA funding, we've committed housing millage dollars, we've committed opioid remediation dollars. And, you know, again, the opioid funds were recommitted to it because of a loss of, low energy income tax credits from federal funding laws. And so, you know, we do have additional housing, funds that we committed to Kings and Queens. If, you know, it's needed. I would advocate or just put on the board's radar to consider redirecting, you know, Kings and Queens funding to housing, and that might be a place that might need it. So. Vice Chair.
Yeah, a couple of things. The building routers for $300,000 that was awarded, what is that?
It's to replace access points throughout all the county facilities essentially.
Okay, okay, and we do plan on utilizing that. Okay, and I agree with some of the points the chair made about that we need to allocate those dollars. I'm more of a preference, with that we put those dollars into internal, services within the county. You know, we've given, housing dollars, we said opioid dollars. They haven't come to request more money. And it seems to me that the county is always the one, the city of Kalamazoo, there's a lot of other funding sources in there that they can go to besides just the county of Kalamazoo.
We're not their only funder, just to clarify that.
No, we are not their only funder, but after they lost their $4 million, we were the only ones that stepped up. And we dipped into our opioid funding to a couple $1 million. We funded to a lot of different funding sources. I think it's time for some other people, but maybe the city of Kalamazoo or some other people are owning up to. Oh, yeah, we have 21 different funding sources, but how many funding sources have we had in the last 6 months? Like when they lost the $4 million grant, it was the county that came in, what they needed, wasn't that, everybody else came in, here's $500,000, how do you get $2 million? It's of the 21 sources, there was one came up with $2.5 million. That was my, it should be 21 people funding the gap.
We'll see, and hopefully that is what comes to be, but, you know, we have a lot of resources in that we'll have to reallocate if it doesn't move forward, so we don't want to see that occur. All right, any other questions on ARPA funding or comments or?
Okay, yeah, and I'll continue to keep the board abreast of if there's any sort of, you know, issue that I'm noticing, you'll definitely know. So we have time to pivot to a different use.
Yeah.
Within a certain time.
All right, next we have on the agenda then is grant exposure.
So yes, that document that I included in the public packet really just reflects, it's not totally comprehensive, but it's nearly there. But it's a reflection of all of the departments and the associated grants that they received to the system, unfortunately, and if not all of their operations. Okay. And so that's what this document's provided for. With the tracker tool that NACO provided, you can kind of track some of the, you know, funding sources that may be paused and eliminated. We just haven't incorporated that into this document just yet, but we can. So just wanted to provide that for transparency purposes, really, you know, illustrating that a lot of our departments depend on grants to keep certain aspects of their services going. So. In particular, I know that on the horizon, and I don't believe that they're actually in this document just yet, but the Ninth Judicial Circuit Court maintains a lot of the problem-solving courts and the, they call it specialty courts. Yeah, so problem-solving and specialty courts. And I've been told by the Ninth Circuit Court Administrator pretty much all of their funding is being eliminated or is contemplated to be eliminated. So that will be a huge gap that the county, I don't even see how the county would even be able to fill it. It's millions of dollars. And I've been told that the big beautiful bill eliminated a lot of that funding. And so, the Ninth Circuit Court is gonna be meeting with, Chief Judge, Gary Jagger and their finance administrator. They're over in the course to, really provide a comprehensive overview of what's going on with their finances in the state of them. They're gonna share that with us to, talk strategy, and we'll be able to discuss that with the board, but, just, suffice it to say that the, one big beautiful bill really eliminates critical resources, across the nation that will affect a lot of people. So, and that's just one aspect where it's sweeping changes that will eliminate critical services in Kalamazoo County. So.
And how do we also have analysis of the reverberating effects? So our problem solving boards, the focus of that is to move people into recovery, to keep them from moving into incarceration in the first place. If those, activities are not occurring, then we're gonna see an increased pressure on incarceration. And the jail facility, the demand for corrections officers, and then the other, just the social reverberations of that in the community on the welfare of children, their availability for child support, for having caregivers in their lives, et cetera. So, I look forward to that sort of strategic discussion with the courts, but, we're gonna need to dig deep to problem solve, and that it's gonna come down to, if we're looking at, a crater that sort of decimates these sort of priorities, and we're gonna really have to what's tough through our budget priorities about, what it is that the county works to shore up, to focus and to help survive, and those things that, we're gonna be in a place we haven't been in a while. As a board. So there will be tough decisions in front of us.
Yeah, the document that I have so far from the courts, it's all preliminary, but they really speak to, the full-time staff that we employ under the grants, but I can have them compile, data on how many individuals that they're serving and that are going through those programs. I think that'll be beneficial. I'm sure, I know they have the data. This is something they just didn't include when they sent over, financial analysis.
I noticed too, in this breakdown that we have, it also talks to the number of constituents that are served through the programming here. And I don't see where it identifies the number of FTEs that maybe are also tied to it. If there's a way to add that into our data, I think that's helpful. Some of them do, I can see where it's speaking specifically to employees, but,
We can do that, yeah, no problem.
And HCS is another one of our departments, with significant exposure here. Help me understand what is the projected, what's the percent of the HCS budget of potential risk? If we lose this fund, is that half of their budget, is it 90% of their budget?
Yeah, I believe it's substantial. I think it's like 90%.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Ryan, it's a substantial, it's significant. It's definitely over 50%.
Yeah.
And obviously, their budget too, it funds, personnel, but also equipment, services that they're mandated to provide. So, it'll be an interesting, kind of process to go through, because with the state's budget as well, they'll be affected, so the county will have to, help them along too, because some of these services that they provide are state mandated, so the state would have to actually rewrite legislation to say, well, we're not funding this, and now you don't have to provide the service, or they say it's an unfunded mandate, which would be another interesting conundrum to go through too, and we've seen that they do unfunded mandates all the time, so. So we can probably do a deeper dive analysis on that.
So maybe that's another component of this data that we need, is what are mandated activities? Because when it comes to, the things that we're required to implement, have to move to the front of the line.
And how serviceable level will be need to be defined as well. What a serviceable level is of mandatory services too, because I think there's gray area there as well.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's all I have on that. So just more transparency, but we can incorporate those other pieces we talked about, so. Oh, and then well, if you'd like to move on, if there are no other questions. Okay.
Yeah, community rent requests will be in.
Yes, so, Ezekiel, I would say we, but he spent a lot of time on this, so I'm gonna say Ezekiel compiled all that data. We received 61 applications, for a total requested amount of about $7.2 million. And we have a $400,000 pool, so of funding available to address these, yeah, so. It just goes to show the need that's in the community. As you know, a lot of these nonprofits and other organizations are also at risk of losing funding, so they're also looking for opportunities to partner with government or with other philanthropic sources to sustain their operations too. So it's really illustrated throughout this packet, which we also published in the public packet. So on the first, several pages or multiple pages, there are kind of brief summaries outlining each of the organization's requests. And then on the backside of it, we have, which we've only printed off here, only in print for you all, just the summaries, but in the online packet and in your digital packet, it has the actual application materials too. It's too big of a document to print. So that's been compiled. We're going to be developing a scoring matrix internally, and that'll also be presented as part of the administrator's recommended budget. However, you will not hurt our feelings if you amend any of that. So it's just something, so we'll have a tool internally, so we'll evaluate all of these applications to ensure they actually align with the strategic plan. We'll deliver a recommendation along with the full budget, and then at the end of the day, the board can feel free to amend that, so. Any burning questions on community grant portal? It's a lot of work. It is 61, yeah. We're looking forward to it. So it's a lot, Yes, oh, please, yeah.
Mind if I
Please, yeah, absolutely.
just note for the packet, so when you're on the digital version, if you the title of the summary, it will jump down to the application. If you read the summary and are at all interested in the application, I would encourage you to read it, because they're all 4-ish pages long. So my summary is not going to capture all of what they say, so if the community also sees the summary and it's like, well, that didn't capture everything, I tried my best to get it down to a condensed amount. 61 applications is a lot to inform you all on, so hopefully it looks good. And if you have any feedback as a board for future, I would love to take that as well.
Thank you, yeah, wonderful.
Okay. Any other questions on community grant requests right now? All right, then take us to the budget priority setting.
So we know this is everyone's favorite part, is developing your priorities. We don't have a, a structured process. It seems like, every time we reach this process, there's anyway, so we can come up with something off the cuff, or you all can kind of just deliberate and decide just based on the strategic plan, what you believe you'd like to focus on for the 2026 budget. We can kind of start jotting those down and narrow it in, hone in on 3 or 4 budget priorities that we can really focus on.
I go with employees. My priority this budget cycle.
I like to prioritize, community violence as well as like finding solutions for, the houseless folks, those who will not go into our residential shelter, kind of sleeping outside.
County fair. That's just county fair.
I know it's kind of broad, so it's public safety. And I think last year, that was one of our top priorities. I think it remains there. Definitely.
Okay, I'll bring Commissioner Gissel. Have anything to add or?
Yeah, when we start scoring things, let's not use ample.
Yeah. And that's that.
Yes.
Simple and making it complicated.
Yeah.
The senior millage is using it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry.
So, I have a lot of concern about public health funding, and the impacts there. Also, as always, mental health. So far I've heard from focus on employees, reduction of community violence, solutions for the unhoused, our county fair, public safety, and then public and mental health. Other issues. First one. So looking just for some synergy across these issues.
I think as we enter in this budget process, I think Dr. Catlin alluded to it a little bit, but I'm just gonna put a little more emphasis on it. This might be the last year where we get to do things that we want to do with community, based programs. I think we're going to be, next year's budget process is going to be trying to find the holes in the federal funding that came through for a lot of that, grants, and we're gonna be filling those holes with our excess dollars. So, and then also that being in play, we do have a structural surplus this last audit has shown us. However, we've got $165 million in capital projects that are coming anywhere from now to the next 6-7 years, of which after we put our money in, we're gonna be having about $5 million to $6 million bond payment. And that's gonna eat up almost 80% of our structural surplus. And then the other 20%, 30% is probably gonna get eaten up in the next couple of years by cuts to federal programs. So I think be cautious and wary of how we dole out how we dole out dollars to community groups. And if we do, we've got to make sure that it's one-time dollars, that they're not counting on structural support from us. Because if they're counting on structural support from us, there could be problems 2 to 3, 4 years down the road.
Trying to hold these down to a few we're looking for 3 to 4
And so,
priorities.
mhm.
You know, I think to Vice Chair's point too, thinking about, you know, looking at the changing environment and thinking about what investments do we make here while we have an opportunity to do that are most likely to have a reverberating impact that, I mean, at least from my perspective, the way I think about this, like upstream impact, so the more that we invest in things before they become problems in the community, maybe it's the more effective deployment of dollars. You know, when we invest in, we're talking about employees, that recruitment and retention stuff, you know, but having the employees to deploy the services, you can't do it without them, obviously. But also, you know, we're thinking about, as Commissioner Ray is talking about addressing community violence. As we have more economic pressure, we're going to see, you know, the pressures that create community violence increase. And so how that links to priorities elevated by Commissioner DeLu and Commissioner Mazer about public safety, you know, so those things are really sort of hand in hand, and for, you know, what we do to deploy reductions in violence creates the environment that's safer, that is less cost effective and makes a difference.
I don't just see the, yeah, it's like turn sideways. So I'm just looking at some dates in the strategic plan that help you all along here.
Next steps. Yes.
Well, I mean, I think in the furthering the budget development, the administration would like to hear from us, those sort of those 3 overarching priorities from us now to help guide them in thinking through their budget approaches. But I think Administrator Kevin's looking at some timelines and strategic.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Thanks for being patient.
That's okay.
So, I mean, yeah, so the priority of employees, I mean, definitely aligns with the strategic plan timeline. There's a lot of, you know, I see objectives that are encapsulated with that broad goal. For, you know, to address in 2026, I think, you know, public safety also aligns. I think that's a good one. We also, you know, I mean, this goes into 2027, but there's, you know, the idea of the retiree pension adjustment, that's in here for 2027, to ensure that they have a sure financial footing. Looking for other 2026, here we go, so. Initiatives, that's really employees, everything. So, yeah, I'm trying to see what aligns with. The really employees aligns with us, obviously. I think that you can, you know, look at the marginalized communities. I know Commissioner Ray mentioned homelessness and what was the note I had here? Community violence initiatives. I mean, that aligns with the marginalized goal that we have, marginalized community services to those groups. And so I think that's fitting. I think public health funding and mental health funding aligns with that too. So I think you know, those three, I mean, it's hard to, you know, county fair, I mean, I don't know if county fair has to be the actual priority, but just noted that, I mean, we'll work to incorporate that into the budget, but I think if you went with employees, the community violence, homelessness programs, public mental health funding, public health and mental health funding, and public safety, that'll get you at four priorities. And they're fairly broad in that regard, so.
Maybe I would just add, you know, more thinking about, obviously, the unhoused is a priority within the housing ecosystem, but I think, you know, we've had a focus on advancing housing solutions, and so certainly for the unhoused needs to be prioritized, but I also want us to keep an overall focus in general on housing as well. I mean, we're gonna watch as people are losing benefits, they lose access to Section 8 vouchers, or lose access to SNAP benefits. So that pressure then on housing, so, you know, not just getting people who are on the streets out of the street, but what we do.
And I certainly wish putting in the step increases and the 3% cost of living increase for employees is part of that employee sort of. Happy to see that.
So in alignment, yeah, with the timelines in here, so we're, like I said, it doesn't have to be exactly like this, but it looks like, so we're hitting goals, 4, which is good. And then I think that in here in public safety, I mean, they would align with goal 7 because there's some new funding requests that align with that. And then, so in terms of timeline, we're really supposed to hit goals 3, 4, 6, and 7, which is okay that we don't hit them all the way, but we will address goal 4. Looks like we'll address goal 2, which is outside of the scope, but it's still within the strategic plan, so it's not a big deal. And then I would say the public safety would really align with goal 7 because there's a lot of new funding requests that address SOPs.
Can you pull the goals back to the screen for us?
Yeah. Let's see what one is. I have so many tabs over here. So. No, it's very just. Well, you don't care about those here, that's just, yeah, so those are the goals.
Right, so seeing the focus on employees, it's a budget priority related to goal 4, and then for goal 7.
Goal 7 is enhanced operational. There are a number of public safety requests that align with goal 7. So I think that, you know, while public safety isn't actually identified in the strategic plan, it's their new funding requests actually do align with goal 7.
Thank you much.
The strategic plan implementation on the new funding request for Board of Commissioners, is that Board of Commissioners, is that from the previous year? Who did that? Have we requested that?
This is
It's to support
it's to support the implementation of the plan.
certain initiatives that didn't make it, within, some of the department requests. So it's a pot of money to help assist.
The strategic plan, Yeah. I guess is that a board of commissioners request? I don't know, I guess it could be, but.
We just place it there, but it can be an administration request. I mean, at the end of the day, it has to be implemented. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just didn't remember, but okay.
It's our strategic plan.
Yeah. we got some.
Those two. Oh, and then, yeah, so then your community violence, finding solutions for homelessness, affordable housing, that sort of thing, and then the public and mental health funding aligns with goal 2. So that's focusing on equitable service delivery, from county departments to marginalized populations. So that would certainly align. It's just in terms of timing in the strategic plan, it's not in alignment with the schedule, but that schedule is we can always amend that. So it's not a, it's certainly flexible. Yeah.
It's our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Well, and I remember, talking through the timeline on the goals, and it's my understanding, with goal 2, some of those sub-objectives were out of it because the thought was basically needing to build an infrastructure.
Yeah.
Correct. The communication across the departments, to be positioned to then be able to tackle the in-depth issues. It's just that the winds are coming a little sooner than needed, right?
Yeah.
The wanted, they're always there, but
Yeah.
they're picking them.
So I honestly here, so I'd rather, or what I would suggest. Okay, yeah, so I think we have, knowing that, in the county fair did, or I say the county fair, but I think it was the Parks Department or someone, one of the departments actually submitted funding for a county fair, a new funding request, so it's captured, by this. But I say the 3 that I'm hearing are employees, I don't know what to call it. Yeah, I'm trying to combine the public mental health funding and community violence homelessness. I'm trying to figure out a title for that to combine it. But that would be, because they're both goal 2, so it's addressing marginalized populations. And then public safety would be a 3rd. So those are 3 goals, but I gotta come up with something for
Community stabilization.
I like it.
Very strong.
It's just buzzword.
And then that will encapsulate. No, I get the.
So within that community stabilization, we're talking about addressing community-based violence, solutions for the unhoused and housing, and also public and mental health.
Yes, I have all, yep. So I have public mental health, community violence as well as housing, which is affordable and homelessness. I think that's it. So those are the 3. Employees, community stabilization, and public safety.
I'm getting back off track about these capital projects. The vice chair seems to indicate you're talking years away.
Well, it depends on which one. The parking garage is right around the corner.
I know, but I don't know the administration's take, I like the jail, I mean, how long can we?
Can we wait?
It's pretty bad. It's gotta go.
Mom per visit.
It's pretty bad.
Well, I mean,
It literally make it sound like if we're gonna do one, we should do them all at once.
Dale, we are not capable of doing anything under a year. Like the parking garage, we started this conversation 3 years ago. We just got land acquisition and we're doing it now. To bonding for this, it's gonna take us 9 months to bond. If we act now, we could maybe do it in 2 to 3 years. But to government to do that, the bonding alone is gonna take 9 months. Then you gotta go out and get the design, then you gotta go out and get all the RFPs and the construction, go through the building authority. It would take us, if we decided that was our number one priority right today, over the household hazardous waste, over the new administration building, over the parking garage, it would take us 3.5 years just to get it.
Let's get going.
Well, we gotta start.
Yeah, and then you've got the financing aspects of it. 3 years is ambitious, but I do think it's a priority. I think going through those lists of 5 things in the capital projects, I don't think court expansion is something that we're going to need in the next 10 years. But the parking garage, all these other, it's tough, and probably putting a couple of commissioners to move it along even quicker. I don't know if that would move it along quicker, but I do think that we're in it's a capacity issue, and Kevin and his staff are swamped with all the different stuff from the federal government coming down. It's a lot to ask them to say, by the way, we got a parking garage, and we want to do a new administration building, and we want our facilities master plan. I mean, all these different moving parts and pieces, and I think correctly they've waited for the facilities master plan to be in its completion, so you can make better decisions. When we built the Pratt Center, I don't think we were forward thinking. I think we were stuck at a number, and that's the number that we couldn't, under any circumstances, go over, or hell would freeze over, or something bad would happen. But we never went over that number, regardless of what the needs were saying from the courts or from the prosecutor's office or from everything else. I think we're doing the right thing by waiting until the facilities master plan is done. But realistically, I think we need to be honest with the community. It takes 3 to 5 years to get a major capital improvement project done, especially when bonding is low.
But we need to move forward.
But we still need to move forward. I completely agree. But it's just being honest with how long it does take.
All that time, the,
What's that? October? It's coming up in the next month. September.
You know, well, on that, I mean, when we're talking about the large scale capital improvement, we have a conceptual design phase occurring at HCS. And where are we at for understanding the impact and the scope of the jail improvement process, and what will be, I mean, what would the first initial steps be, and are there ones that we can begin? No.
For the jail, I'm sorry, and you said something about HCS though, so.
I'm sorry, I meant the household hazards.
Oh, okay, yeah,
HHW.
okay. Yes,
Sorry.
so, in the facilities master plan, so they've been engaged, both, I mean, HCS, household hazardous waste, and the sheriff's office have been engaged in the process. So the next steps after that would be presenting that to the board, kind of the findings in that report. It'll likely delineate some sort of a schedule, and how to address these growing capital, needs. And then, the board will have to decide, how they'd like to financially approach, based on recommendation from the administration. So we just know that that's certainly a facility that, is primed for some improvements for sure. As we continue piecemealing, fixes to that, repairs to that facility. I did, because, you mentioned HCS, and I was looking at HCS information, and so I was like, HCS, yes. So I did want to correct the record. So I did receive information from finance. So HCS's operations are funded, it's basically 50%, or grant funded 50%.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what we will say though is that, again, with mandated services, unmandated services, that sort of thing, when you're throwing a curveball like that, 50% of your operation is at stake. Well, now you have to pivot and figure out what can you or what should you sustain?
Yeah.
What do you have to sustain through, an unfunded mandate, that sort of thing. So we're gonna have to, really think hard about what services are critical to the community and what needs to be sustained. And then if funding's not available and it's not a mandated service, what would have to be cut? Should funding be cut? At this point in time, we've been, it's been operations as normal, but until we hear otherwise from the state and the federal government. So
and thinking through, can't have a crystal ball about what comes forward, but, as we face the potential of looming cuts with budget priorities of public and mental health and employees, we will be working diligently to figure out as much of the programming services and staff to retain and continue as absolutely possible as they continue as well.
And then usually we do, usually a commissioner does make a motion to adopt those budget priorities, if you won't mind.
Yeah, so again, to restate them, so we have community stabilization, public safety. And what did we?
Employees.
So moved.
Support. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Epler. Is there any further discussion?
Can you restate it?
Yep. 3 budget priorities being community stabilization, which includes community violence, housing and unhoused solutions, and public and mental health. Second priority being public safety, and the third being employees.
I would not necessarily say in that order.
All
Right.
3
Yeah.
All three of them.
co-equal
Just-
priorities. Anything further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, all priorities carried. All right.
So Chair, what we're planning on doing, like I said, starting the second meeting in August, we'll have budget discussions on every agenda up until the time we approve the agenda, which is hopefully the second meeting in October. We hope to have the budget book live by the second meeting in September. So that way you have 2 meetings to review that as well as the data that goes along with it. So that's our goal.
I just have additional question. If we face a looming state government shutdown, what impact does that have directly on our operations? So.
A lot. It would be, I mean, we talked about HCS, a lot of those are state grants. The courts receive state grants. I mean, the sheriff's office receives state grants. All of those would be frozen unless otherwise determined by the legislature. So the impact that it would have is that it would be a cash flow thing. We could kind of hobble these departments along, but only for some period of time. We couldn't continue to do it for an extended period of time. And one in particular, as I keep elevating, is indigent defense. Their budget is primarily state funded. It's a state grant through the MIDC. We fund roughly $1.1 million, and then it's like almost a $7 million grant. So, and the state in particular, since they're a nonprofit and we have that model, and I'm just elevating them just because that one's really looming. It's actually a pretty serious situation. They don't allow them to carry, because it's all state regulated, they actually don't allow them to carry a significant fund balance.
Right.
So they literally cannot operate without the county support at that point. The indigent defense services would be crippled when they would come to a halt if the state does not approve funding for that office. So
Yeah.
That could impact our court system because.
absolutely.
And that was the ultimate unfunded mandate, because the state got sued because they said counties are responsible for indigent defense,
Right.
here is $0 to take care of it. So there was that huge case that went through all that thing, it took years and decades, and they finally came up with a structure. Now the state doesn't want to pay it again. It's nonsensical.
So the grant cycles we're operating in, so the issue, I mean, it's still grant funding awarded to the state. The issue becomes then just the flow of the resources.
It's the cash flow.
So we'd be stuck in a reimbursement basis at that point, only be able to carry how far forward we have liquidity to bear.
Yeah, but that's just one, I mean, that's just one aspect. I mean, there's many different things. I think the treasurer's gonna speak to cash flow, but just recognizing it's not just $1 million. It compounds over government, so depending on what's.
So, and I, before the treasurer, I mean, you know, I know you have a lot of projects at hand, but just, it seems looming. That the shutdown is likely, so we just need to be in a planful position. You know, what do we actually have capacity for, what does that timeline look like? And as we begin to hit that, what are the steps that we take to?
And I would have that discussion in open session. I think that discussion would need to be done, and how long that we take care of or reimburse the state government or the state if they do shut down. I think we need to have that discussion in closed session, so out of the ears of the legislature or specifically this week here, and the Senate, because what we decide, I think public pressure is the only thing that's going to stop this negotiation. If there are communities and counties saying, well, we're going to continue to fund it for 2 or 3 weeks, that just adds ammunition for the state to continue their games.
And I'm not sure the freedom of information act is public media.
We permit,
we can only go into closed session.
Excuse me, let's go through the chair, please. It makes it easier for the clerk to keep record and the chair recognizes you. Please do not speak. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Councilor. Vice Chair.
and I would request from the corporate council a ruling of whether or not we can have that discussion in closed session, because I think it would be very beneficial for us to have that conversation in closed session as opposed to where the state legislature could hear what we are, how long that we can last without them.
Yeah, and I think, as well, again, for public awareness, we certainly can only enter into closed session for allowable conditions under the law. But administration, you know, we have a set budget for the current cycle that we're in, and it's within administration's purview to plan operations. So really, that's what we're asking for here. Treasurer Whitener, you wanted to.
I just wanted to say that, you know, we process incoming payments from the state of Michigan on a daily basis, multiple payments, you know, ranging from small reimbursements of a few $100s to incoming payments in the 5 and 6 figures. So if those payments stop coming in, we have significant cash flow issues in, I don't want to say every department, but every department. It very quickly will go from being a problem in one department to being everybody's problem. And that's a scary thing. Seeing the numbers that come in through the state of Michigan payment system, that's a very scary possibility.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Administrator. On a happy note. We do not have a closed session.
No full session this afternoon, no.
All right, with nothing else before us, we're done early. Okay, now we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.